Howdy. How's everyone doing today? Are we pogging? I'm excited to play more. We need to know what happens next. Oh, I'm really excited. Last case was so very much, it was unreal. Well, this case. This case has been so very much, it's unreal. Alright, where are we? Okay. 2nd November, 12:33 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. There you are, Otto! What kept you, my dear fellow? I'm so excited. We've got Gina and Sholmes right off the bat. Never mind, this case is great. I'm not sad about anything anymore. Roland, hi! How you doing? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina? You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I. Possibly more shocked than both of you. Gina and Sholmes. I am so happy right now. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. Au contraire, everything is a competition for Mr. Sholmes. I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes. It's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation. Or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on. Dr. Seif. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No! Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piked slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. Sholmes got scammed. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze. And it was me what took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good, law-abiding citizen. Indeed. Yours truly. Well, it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Law-abiding? Yeah, sure you are. We know for a fact that he's broken the law. And we love him for it. Well, the most likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tire him with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well... Then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. It's gotta be the Professor case. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks. Hi, Nautilus! And Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? It makes sense that Kazuma would want to get to the bottom of the Professor case, right? If Van Zieks was investigating Gregson because Gregson was investigating the Professor case because he found out about the basketball collar, which is a lot of logic jumps. I will be the first to admit that that is a flimsy foundation. But it all does make sense. All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. Be back a bit later? See you later then. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. If I get some more clues that confirms my theory, we'll see! Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Miss Susato? Yes! She is so cute, I love her. Okay. 2nd November, 1 PM. The Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Baroque Van Zeeks. Here present, who stands accused of murder.
I like her flower pattern goggles, need me some of those. Right? And the little hearts on her sleeve. So cute. She wears her heart on her sleeve.
Now then, Prosecutor Asogi,
My lord?
have you summoned the witnesses as requested?
Yes. The 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage.
Very good.
Kazuma. Sob, sob, sob.
Bailiff, usher the 2 men into the courtroom.
Please, can we just have a conversation?
Oh, I'm glad these 2 are back. They're fun.
These 2 men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice, in France.
And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the 3rd son of a great family de Rossi, Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli.
The 2 men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduated from Temsik are the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alors, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I am trying to do. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that.
Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the petty plan. This strange combination is at the charm of the hilarious brothers. See, Capo?
Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you.
Eh, Che? Are you about to tell me one of your grandi anecdotes? Evviva!
Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business.
Che bello! There it is, the Capo's jumper card, the furrowed brow. It is the bel Capo, the furrow and the meaning of your words.
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui, c'est ça. Like, c'est ça.
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Alors, I will explain it.
No, Capo, leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Those dogs! One day the world will respect us redheads! Every night, he would bury his head in his pillow and weep for—
C'est bien, Peppino. Enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, Cessa. I am honored that you have seen it. Oh, it states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. Josh! Hi, Josh! I'm sorry you were having internet problems. Welcome, welcome, welcome. No need to apologize. According to my clock, you were only 14 minutes late.
And Godzilla, howdy!
And we only started the actual game 11 minutes ago. So you're less late than you think. we have covered absolutely nothing. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money at once, it was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick.
The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk, like a cluster's orange barrow.
And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life.
Did you already go over your notes?
I actually didn't. I didn't really have anything to say. I was like, we may as well just jump in. Let me take those to them now. My only real notes at this moment, I guess. Oh, I don't know. I feel really stumped right now. I am just so... I miss him. 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 I do feel pretty confident that Genshin is innocent. I hope that doesn't come back to bite me. I just don't think he did it. It doesn't make sense. What's with the collar? And look, we'll see what happens in this next trial portion. It's possible that Gregson was just investigating the Red-Headed League, but that doesn't feel... We'll see. Maybe these guys actually are super important, but that doesn't feel like it's enough to get him killed. You know, I think probably he was getting close to investigating the professor, which I think that he was reinvestigating after the collar popped back up. I would really like to know what the crucial evidence that he presented was, because I feel like maybe this contradicts it. I really don't think that this was presented because Selden had it, and how would Selden get it if it had been at the yard? Otherwise, what was I thinking? I had something else, and I've lost it. Oh yeah, I'm still thinking about the goddamn strychnine. It doesn't make sense that that wasn't, like, explained. They never said how Shamspear came back to life. If it was just, like, a low dosage, they didn't say that. So I'm pretty confused. I'm still not convinced that Asogi just happened to trip over a cat and get amnesia. I think maybe something else happened there. Sholmes has, like, explained it, but great detectives I want to lie. I don't know. Maybe he was telling the truth. I want to trust him when he said that you know, he realized that Kazuma might never wake up, and so he didn't want to, like, get our hopes up, so he just ordered the ship people to treat him as if he were dead. But, like, no way, right? Sholmes is an enigma, but he's not a bad person. But if Asogi wasn't dead, even if he was going to lose his memory, there's no reason that Sholmes couldn't have, like, treated him or gotten him to a doctor, but instead he just, like, left him for dead? What? No. So I think that everything that Sholmes told us when we questioned him about Asogi and about how he, like, why he lied, I think he lied about that too. I really do think strychnine was involved, or something similar, not necessarily strychnine itself. I just think it's super weird that we didn't get an explanation for how Shamspear came back. But yeah, that's where we're at. I just feel crazy. Okay.
See. And then now, every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach.
any excuse to go over the murder board, to be honest. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? What did you get spoiled on for DGS? I remember you mentioned something about it earlier. Oh, gee, if you don't want to mention it though. I don't want to name it because I don't want to risk spoiling. Hi Brady! Welcome, welcome, how you doing? I don't want to say it exactly because I don't want to spoil it for anyone else, but the big ship between Sholmes and one of the other characters. I saw art of that. There was one piece in particular that made me be like, well, I have to play this now. But I still don't have the context on why they're shipped together. It's starting to take shape, but they haven't interacted, so. Sorry? The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Between Sholmes and Celeste. Yeah, I saw that people were shipping me with Sholmes, and I was like, what the hell? I have to play this game. So I'm just waiting for myself to pop up in the game. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph.
Very good. So, Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course. We are always ready to help with the law.
The man in the photograph.
We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Street that day.
But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Eh, couple?
No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now. But I assure you he was not in the park.
Alora, this victim is nothing to do with us.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place.
Interesting. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain?
Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man.
Nobody looking like this that came to the park. This I can promise.
It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
Uffa, with this attitude, we get on nowhere, huh?
He's really sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover.
I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh?
That is ridiculous.
And there's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. Which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed.
Very well. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Yes, my lord.
Okay.
This one's... I guess it is 5 statements. It felt really short. They had more than 1,000 people. But they didn't see Gregson. He wasn't in the park. Okay.
Hold it!
He doesn't look at all familiar.
No, I don't think so. And this is a weird game. He was trying to trick us.
I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people. Says the con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face.
No, senor. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park.
But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems.
Eh, couple? You didn't see a man like this, huh?
No, I don't remember him, and obviously he is dead now. But I assure you, he was not in the park.
Hold it!
But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day.
Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then, you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present?
Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, but not when you have 1,000 redheads crowded around. Then it is just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could have given us, then maybe then we could recall.
That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. Very interesting. Now, I don't believe that you can see... Oh no, you can't see his mustache in this. We should probably go over the evidence, actually. So, we've got the article about the Red-Headed League, the photograph of Mr. Vigil, got that whole thread to take note of, the letter of introduction from Mikatoba written on the back of a train ticket, steamship ticket, the dismissal notice for Mr. Vigil for aiding and abetting the escape of a convict, the red hairpiece. This one is the key for Gregson's watch. We have a revolver, the candelabrum, the framed photo of Mrs. Vigil. It's really, really, really cute. He didn't have his scar then. Did he? So if he didn't have his scar then, he got it after his brother died for sure. That's credence to the idea that it was dealt. It's so awkward. Yeah, God bless. This really makes me think that it was dealt to him during the professor case. I think very, very possibly by Karuma. To be fair, that was taken when he first entered prosecution. Yes. Yeah, so this is a decently old photo. However, am I misremembering this? I believe that his first case, the very first case that he prosecuted on, was the professor case. It's possible I'm misremembering that. I just remember that he was a rookie, and like begged to be assigned. Okay. The autopsy report, which is missing a time of death. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks the point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. Caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. That's right, they're claiming that it was Van Ziek's gun, but Van Ziek's lost his gun. The floor plan, the notice board, the firecrackers, a photo of Gregson, and Gregson's watch. It was his first case, poor thing. Jesus. Poor thing! Okay. Then I do not think I could have forgotten him. Kazuma said these two had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. What if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? Example. His name is professional, his fish and chips. Well, actually, I'm looking at the fish and chips like, funny joke line. But he wouldn't have given them his name or his profession, would he? Fish and chips feels like a weird thing to press them on, though. This isn't something I can get a strike for. Yeah, I can press them on the fish and chips and then I can go back and do it again. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. What if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. Why? It is always the blue one. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon.
Oh, spaghetti! Me, I love the spaghetti.
Really? I had no idea. Tell them what you said before, Peppino.
Si, Capo, si. I say it again and again. Elora, this victim has nothing to do with us.
Okay, let's go back and pick a different one. I think profession. I'm just gonna skip through this.
They say so many things.
That bit is so suspicious. That's not the line. The line? You guys have a line?
I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph. A detective. Yes.
It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito.
Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Something to add, Mr. De Rossi?
There? Si, I am always adding something.
Parmesan, olive oil, pepper.
What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
Eh? What did he just say? About the detective?
Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already.
But why, Capo? What is the problem? That was the man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard.
What? Good lord. If Gregson's undercover investigating incognito, why would he introduce himself? Order! Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness.
It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us that he...
There was no such man.
Nadai, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh?
I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park.
Basta, Capo, basta! You beat me at the many things, but not two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat to the pasta, no one is a pasta.
That you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection.
Both of them. Ooh. Oh my god. The way we learned it from him. Sob. Top tower. The damage is done.
Hi, DJ. How you doing?
Indeed it is, sir. Oui, there was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different.
See? It's true. The man who came was a young guy. His face was clean shaven. His eyes were sadder. His chin was thinner.
Younger, clean shaven, fatter eyes, thinner chin. This photo is quite old though. He may not look like this currently. Still, I wonder. No resemblance whatsoever then. I hate those cars, I relate too hard to them. I think they're fun. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. How old is Mr. Vigil? Because he looks so young. I actually can't remember how old exactly he is. I believe this photo was like 10 or 15 years old. He appears to have no particularly distinctive facial features. That sort of fits, doesn't he? Bad eyes, thin chin. Not as thin, but thinner than Gregson's. Yeah, I don't remember exactly how old this photo is. If you are really a detective, show us the proof.
See, the couple here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh?
But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification?
That is most unconvincing.
Sorry, my lord?
Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question.
That's what I am saying. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, the papers were fake.
Exacto, capo. You are a genius. As we say in Natalia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh?
And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, "You are under investigation." So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park.
It was fantastico. And look, here is the identification.
What side are we on and what side is the other guy on? It seems like we're all on the same side. I think maybe we are. Like, legitimately. I think that the reason Asogi asked us to defend specifically is that he does not believe that Van Zieks is guilty. And so we are all trying to just get to the truth. Lawyers aren't for fighting, they are for uncovering the truth together. So you stole it from the man.
He had it coming. He made us very scared.
We're all on the same side, except for the people on the witness stand. One of them is usually the murderer, and we are going to eviscerate them.
Cheeky, hi! How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. But he was not who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them.
We set the court up to ideally find every angle instead of the normal back and forth, he said. She said smart, yeah! We are a team. We are working against each other to work together. The inspector's identification has been entered into the court record.
Now, let us return to the witness's testimony.
Alara, this victim has had nothing to do with us.
Let's have a look at that info. Okay, identification. Why do I click sort there? This doesn't stop the prosecutors from being big meanies to us, though. Asogi is really the scariest prosecutor that we've been up against. He's so competent. I fear him. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known this? Do you mean to say? Well, I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing, after all. So someone showed up at the Red-Headed League who wasn't Gregson and presented Gregson's identification? Isn't that interesting? Why can I present that? No, I felt that we got caught. I want to know what he means by that.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? So we're talking about the man and the photo of the man in the very obvious thing. Yes.
Cavolo, you promised not to say. Aye, couple?
After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. And after the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to to place, then my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops.
Hey, but it's an easy mistake to make, huh? The 1st, the 31st.
Oh, I have no sympathy for you. We were an all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this that the great red-headed detective caught us.
Apple, you know what I think? This is the work of God. It's a holy punishment, eh?
Can we go back? Can we go back to when you said the great red-headed detective? I feel like I know who that is.
Peppino, for the last time, this is not only punishment. This is only your fault.
Ah,
Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger.
Tom's got them blue hair and pronouns. But he didn't. See, when they first said that someone else came and said that they were a detective, I was like, Choms? But I don't think he matches the description, really. He does have a thinner chin. I don't think his eyes are that sad, though. I've forgotten what the other thing they said was. And why would he have Gregson's? I wouldn't put it past him, to be completely honest, but why would he have Gregson's, clean shaven? That does fit as well. I think Gregson has the sadder eyes out of the two.
maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat at the pasta, no one is a pasta.
Which he is, but he's too insane that wouldn't be the first thing you remember about him. You're right. When they said that he became very annoying afterwards, that did also remind me of him, though. Films is great a bit. Maybe he's dyed it red to look younger. He did dye it red. He did very much dye it red. It was horrific. It looked very bad. I'm glad that it's back now. We know that Shams actually went that day, but was discovered. He gained nothing. And I have seen the evidence. You've connected the dots, look at you go! Punk-headed Shams lives on in my heart. Ugh. I put him in the Discord so I could immediately delete him off of my computer. They haven't told us much we didn't already know.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, if it was in the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. Which chat? I am actually not sure, but I haven't sent many images, so if you just search from me has image, it should come up. I think I would have put it in DGS. Well, if it was in the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet these two both claim they didn't see him.
I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies.
Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget, sounding plausible is their speciality. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well.
Surely if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught.
Well, yes, you do have a point there. It seems to me like we need more information.
Definitely.
More than 1,000 redheaded people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. The punk editing is horrifying? Yeah, sorry about that. Maybe I should have warned you. Where can I present? I really want to present the inspector's statement. Where does that fit best? Don't remember him. He is dead now. Victim has nothing to do with us. Ah, the victim has nothing to do with us, but you were given a piece of paper with his name on it.
Objection!
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade?
What is your intention here, counsel?
Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
He sounds so cool. It gets me every time. He sounds so cool. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. That is the boss's. No question about it. It can't be. As I suspected. Can't believe he's back. Things that make me crazy. I finished my art of them. I think. I want to do a little bit more color adjustment, but I'll post it after the stream. Ew, 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 ew. I love them so much. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. The laws!
That was the only thing I accomplished today, so I have to share it.
Hey Drew, that counts for something.
Little Chinosuke.
The way it goes into Ryu's little spin animation is so fleeting.
Hey, Annie's Nanny, hello. How you doing?
Wait, that's okay. We have not covered much. We've established that the book presented is Gregson's. That's it. That's it. Order!
But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say.
Who could it be then? That the inspector was physically unable to report it.
Physically, what are you saying?
Unable to... You're not suggesting.
Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen.
No!
Which means that the person who stole his identification is most likely the killer. So the person they saw is the one who killed him, and it wasn't Van Zieks.
And in a normal court, we could just prove that and be done with it. But no, we're gonna have to find the real killer. Order!
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
What is normal court? Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what I don't know what I meant there. What did the only courts in existence are the ones in Ace Attorney. It's not like there's courts in the real world. That would be so dumb. Can you imagine if we had lawyers here? Crazy.
I don't want nothing. Wow. I don't want nothing. Wow.
Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no?
Wow. Now I wish I had a returned to Italia.
I can't believe Ace Attorney created lawyers.
Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise I...
Mummy, stop your whining and start talking.
Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story and consider.
I know what I'm being. Nothing.
But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. They're really fun. I like these guys almost as much as I like the siblings. Putting siblings on the stand is always good. Thank you, Kazuma.
Oof. The Mario Brothers. That's a them.
You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them.
Crying out loud. Very funny, Ryunosuke.
And to enjoy tearing a family apart with going to court-appointed evidence? Audience? Yeah, exactly.
The detective and the identification.
The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case.
We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. A little plant on my desk.
The one I put on Instagram, I'm like, what, wait a minute.
My little guy. That's actually my phone holder.
Makes me happy.
Sorry, I'm looking around at my desk. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got 11 plants on my desk right now, and a couple of others in the room. So...
There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And the next morning we let him go.
Is that a reveal one? I can put some photos in the Discord later. It's cute. I like my setup. 11 plants? Yeah. And then I've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 more elsewhere in the room, and a couple upstairs throughout the rest of the house. I like plants.
How big is my desk? My desk is really big. I have like a corner desk. I have a single bed and a giant desk. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go.
He spent the night in a nice room. It wasn't nothing like prison, really.
Immensely jealous. I didn't used to be able to keep them alive, but in my new house, there's a big window next to my desk, so they are happy.
This is outrageous. You imprisoned me.
But no, see, no. It was not like a prison. He was a very comfortable and a calm and a happy. Aye, couple?
I feel like I need to reread. I got so distracted by the plant conversation. What? Okay.
They took the detective prisoner and kept him for a night, which is deranged.
Then they took the identification from him and shut him in the room next to theirs. And there was a little fight, but they didn't hurt him, and the next morning they let him go. So he spent the night in the— oh my god. Okay, bonkers.
Aye, couple?
It was never part of my plan, I swear it.
Ulfa. So you think it wasn't my fault, aye? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong. By one a little a day.
I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it.
Oh, no. Por favor, capo. It is not affair.
You should have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen.
Oof. I don't believe this. How could we have been a real detective?
Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination.
On the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. But they said that it didn't look like him. Why are we just accepting that it was Gregson? Took him prisoner and kept him for the night at their secret hideout. Didn't think he was a real detective, but was too scared to let him go that day just in case. The man's identification from him and shutting him in the room next to ours. Might have been a little tussle, but we didn't know harm, and the next morning we let him go. Imagine getting kidnapped by these two buffoons. See, I want to believe Gregson is more confident than that. Spent the night in a nice room, nothing like prison. I want to know more about this fight.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle, exactly? Oh, it was nothing. Just a minor incident.
The Folso Inspector, he was a real piece of the work. Eh, couple?
What happened?
Uffa, it was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator.
Can you blame him? We chased him, bien sure, and we caught him again.
Can you blame us?
Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Zut! I think we are. Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room.
Adio.
Cute. Gregson's pretty beefy looking. I don't think that these two little guys could catch him and drag him back.
Excuse me.
Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong?
I? Me?
Something Mr. De Rosso just said seemed to make you... Well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? What manners? He's so polite, I love him. I miss when instead of saying objection, he would say, yes? Hey, beloved. He's so polite.
Cavolo, at times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from a personal experienza.
Personal experience. That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more.
The truth is, the night before we put the red-headed league plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away.
He was such a good character. Voice acting so pog. It is so helpful when they write the accents out phonetically for me. Thank you, Ace Attorney. It's a shame you didn't manage it.
But the couple here, he came after me like the turbiner, and he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, couple?
Bruises, you say?
Ah, you wanna see, yeah? You wanna see my fantastical bruises?
Who else had bruises? Oh, that's who it was! Where are they? It was... This guy here had the bruising on his neck. Skinnier chin. I suppose the eyes are sadder. He is clean shaven. He also fits the... I think that he had a run-in with DeRosa. Which is super interesting. What was he doing at the Red-Headed League? What was he doing with Gregson's passport? Can we get him back on the stand, please?
You wanna see, yeah? You wanna see my fantastical bruises?
That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. Brutal.
What to do, I show you or I don't? I show you or I don't?
You do! Now!
And Laura, if everybody wants to see it, then I do it. Echo, you see? It's still very visible, eh?
That red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house.
See, the capo, sometimes he is a very rough.
I said that's enough. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word.
Yes. What is your opinion, Counsel?
Sus! About this red ring around Mr. DeRossi's neck. I wonder, does it matter? Mr. DeRossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck.
Aye, couple? You see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh?
Very well. You will amend your testimony. You will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi.
A typo in my VGM? It is allowed because they have worked very hard on the game and it is otherwise perfect.
You see, if you really wanted to know.
Typo in the video game? In the video game that has like... Oh my god, I can't even estimate how many words are in this. Surely... Yeah. I think they're valid.
He tried to escape, but the couple put a collar on him and dragged him back. Like what he did it to me, see? Stretch and hydrate.
Oh my god, I forgot to put my water bottle on before we started. Give me 1 second. Like literally, I will be right back. Liquid acquired. Let me drink real quick. I had a glass of iced tea before, so I did not realize.
And stretch. Big stretch. Thank you, Cheeky.
Okay, where are we?
He tried to escape, but the couple put a collar on him and dragged him back. Like what he did it to me, see?
Hold it!
Are you saying that red mark was caused by...
See, a big collar made from other leather.
No, and Gregson's neck doesn't have that, does it?
We can't really see, but I think we would see it on the side a little bit, and his neck is clear. So we have fully established that it was not Gregson. A leather collar. Is this true, Mr. DeRosa? What? We had a St. Bernard at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time. It's a very strong chain. A St. Bernard, you say? You had a big dog? You had a big dog with a collar and a very strong chain, and you're a fancy rich family?
Tell me more. Oh my gosh.
Tell me more. A strong chain. And you put that around your friend's neck. I'm sorry. I was so angry that he was leaving me alone.
You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of the better. Oh, I would not have tried to run again.
You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treat other people equally is the Capo's motto, eh?
It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden.
The Capo is a tough, but the Capo is the rough.
I like all his little rhymes. Oh, I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning, when you released the inspector,
He had a red ring around his neck just like me.
Peppino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now.
Now you know, huh? The Capo here, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, it's not so bad.
Can I... Snitching. Can I present the photo of Gregson on that statement to, Let's find out. You didn't even need help to dig that hole. Love that. Okay. I mean, like, okay, yes, most of the bruising would be on the very front of the neck because that's where it's getting pulled, but I think you would see some wraparound, especially if he was forced to sleep. They said he had a big red ring on his neck.
Objection!
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only... However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck.
But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning, and I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have.
Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi.
Indeed, that is most peculiar.
But what will I tell you, huh? Huh? We say this from the beginning, many times.
Oui, Peppino is right. The man in the photograph. He is someone different to the man we held captives at night. Thank you. Thank you.
Order! Order!
It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection!
Well, if that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion for itself. Get him, Ryu! I mean, you're wrong, sweetheart. Not fully, but a little bit. But get him, Ryu! And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day. Which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising could be seen around his neck defied explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification?
Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel?
He's looking directly at us!
Well.
The whole thing defies explanation.
It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes on the court record, Mr. Naruhodo.
My heart is weak, I love him.
Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie.
When you eliminate the impossible, what remains must be the truth. No, facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious.
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi? Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable fact points to the only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? Look at all those little mischievous go.
Good.
See, that's alright. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from a pillar to a post with a dog collar.
Mon Dieu, Peppino, I was not so harsh as you say, huh?
Who was that Alfonso Inspector, eh? Who was he?
Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. Thank you, Asoki.
I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park bruising as Inspector Gregson?
I mean, I can't say it makes sense, right? But he sure do have the bruising. Why would it be him?
Take that!
Goodness me. Isn't that...
One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today.
Trusting my gut. Everything will make sense.
I trust. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection!
Objection! Objection! Now I take Adderall. What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? Whenever Kazuma speaks, I just want to sob. I love him. I just want to sit down and have a conversation with him. Oh my god. Asogi. Please. Please just let us sit and talk to Asogi for like 5 hours. We have so much to hash out. But he is all unraveled in his mystery. He is wrapped up, he is entangled. And so we have to help him do his little... We have to help him fulfill his destiny, do his quest. And then I am sure he will talk to us. Well. Can we communicate for once, please, Asusoni? Please, I am begging you.
See, this man is not for the red-headed league, eh? He's looking for the twisted lip league, no?
Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier... Do you bite your lip at me, sir? I do bite my lip. Do you bite your lip at me, sir? I can bite your lip if you'd like. Sorry, what? Sorry? Huh? Sorry? What? I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. Eh? What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Order. Bailiff. Bring the aforementioned witness back into the court. Immediately.
Would you look at that? His little tummy's out! He's wearing a crop top waistcoat! He's a sticker! You should bite your lip instead.
Well, I never.
It is a bit of a Freudian slip, isn't it? I get it. I get it's a pun. I get it's a pun on bite your tongue. But sir, I think you are letting your, I think you are letting something else show through right now.
An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him.
And I've forgotten what Gossip's voice was. Oh, it's fine. Now what's going on here, eh? I've always had this, me. There's a birthmark in it. In it? A birthmark, you say? It's just you pressing it. That's it. Beloved. I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. Aye, something about an inspector again. I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Of course I am! Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice?
We are in bigger trouble, eh, Capo?
It's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
The inspector and the identification revisited. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man.
That's right, see. You think we would have forget these grand flips, huh?
You never leave Fresno Street, right? No interest in any red-headed league. All alone in the world, me. No kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Now, they did say what happened to your lip. I guess it is obvious that something happened to his lip, but they also could have, you know, it sort of implies that they saw him without his lip looking like this. Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? You want a hint? Not yet. If I get stuck later, I will absolutely ask for a hint. But right now, I think I am happy.
It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man.
Thank you! What have I been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. Ugh. That's right. I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. Someone tell that guy to not get lippy with us. Okay. Okay. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief.
Ugh. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I do, Ryu. I've got you.
I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo.
Susanoo and I are holding hands all the time. We talk about Ryu, we talk about Shams, I love her. Beloved. Isn't it so cute? Her little DLC. A Sorgi. Okay, they didn't say it explicitly. Something I get really scared about is that a couple of times in the mainline games, they're like, Josh, we are all holding hands with her. Beloved. A couple of times in the mainline games, they'll be like,
You cannot press every statement. I'm sick of you pressing every statement. You may press one.
I always get so nervous that I'm gonna get penalized for overpressing. Kazuma looking at the defense bench and seeing what his life was supposed to be. Sobs. What is it with Naruhodo boys and their rivals who are prosecutors who should have been defense attorneys? The cases again brought out better prime examples of that. Yeah. Okay. What have we got here? The man who claimed to be an inspector was not this man. I believe that is an outright lie. That's right. We would forget these grand lips. I think his lips have been damaged afterwards. Never leave Fresno Street. I have no interest in any red-headed league. This is the thing that I think, like, £4. Gossip's probably pretty poor. He'll want £4. If he can't get his £4, he'll suddenly want to to learn about this. I mean, there's this big red-headed league. What's the gossip on that? Francie was beloved though, don't lie. Francie. All alone in the world, no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? The gossip! Look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this. I don't think your face looked like this 2 days ago. The other two are outright lying, so I don't know if pressing them will get any further. We definitely might be able to, like, unearth a controversy, a contradiction, but I want to start here.
Hold it!
So, you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? I want to say something? Just hold it for now. We'll get there. You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. Sold that tasty tidbit. Tidbit? Tidbit? Tit. 2 typos. Sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got Sandwich to cop up for it. Wow, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? As you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely. Is that so?
Excuse me!
Mr. DeRosa. Ugh. Oui? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day, when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something. The headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes. I visited a nursing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? Wait. Hey, everybody hang on a minute. Where's the other one? No, okay. I'm looking at the hair. I'm like, is that the same guy? But no. The butt chin. Unless... Wait, where'd it go? What the fuck did... Where's Vigil? Oh my god, they're on the same page and I've been scrolling past them. Okay. It's really just the hair, isn't it? I'm trying to look past all the injuries. It's just the hair. It's just the hair. Eyebrows look mighty similar. Do they? Where'd he go? I'm on evidence, not people. His eyebrows look thick. I'm not dismissing this. I'm not sold either. Wait, no, that's the same color as well, just more rumpled up. The hair is a different color. These two look more like siblings than partners. Why are you the same? Anyway. We'll see. Okay. He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. Well, no, you're mistaken, chum. Never left Fresno Street me, like I said before. The old-timey lovers look like siblings look. Yeah. You've mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face. No, the couple is right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this the man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Brune. It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? Hugh Boone? This is Hugh Boone? No!
A peddler of tidbits and information, like I said, on Fresno Street. And that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections. Objection!
I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case.
Good gracious. Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Osogi?
As it happens, my lord.
I just went into Mandeek's mode automatically, I'm sorry.
As it happens, my lord. That particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Well, I never. In what capacity?
Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room.
I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. Suppose that might be the case,
So your real name is Hugh Boone. Just between us, I don't like to blow me on trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town.
Oh, I see, they're doing tidbits on purpose. I can't tell if that's like a, regional thing? I am used to it being tidbits, with a D.
An accent thing, maybe?
Yeah, it could be. Just the tidbit.
Why? I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse.
Yes, here to cry before leaving. Lovely to see you. I hope you have a good day today. I hope you enjoy work.
Come hold my hand for a moment while we cry over Gregson, while we admire Osogi.
You do.
Once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. Aye, I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
Aye, if either of us is a vulgar, it's not a me.
Sink again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss.
Hello.
I love him, I love him, I love him, I love him. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone.
If I must. The leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered.
We got confirmation.
We spoke to him. I love him. Reaches out. Hang on, let me, Alright, give me 1 second. This one? Yeah, there we go. I love it! I love him, I love him, I love him. Been here and around noses all along. I rent the room where that fella was found, it's true. What difference it makes. I lost my train of thought. I count only Osogi. So, you live in that room presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk? Then, why would you want to rent it?
View. Ooh.
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to. No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. There's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair in there. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there, in your room?
Well, obviously.
I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
I see Kazuma has picked up some fashion tips from Baroque.
Not just fashion. Occasionally he will... My learned friend buff, which I think is fun. He does the same little, like, head tap. Don't you know that, Ryu? Maybe Shelms carries notice board. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest. Kazuma Brute when? For real, for real. I think he's trying to distance himself from us. My learned friend is standard for English court. This I do not dispute, but Ryu, I think has only said it once, and it was clearly like a bit mocking, you know? It was very, my learned friend, and Ryu's like, oh, my learned friend. I love her, she's so cute.
It seems to me that Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason.
Yes, it does come across that way. And more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. A lot of people don't like Susie's DLC outfit. How come? It really suits her. And it's not like objectifying. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man. I'm alone in the world, me. No kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Ugh. I think it's because they wanted her in a suit kind of thing. Okay, well, she would be very cute in a suit though, right? Man, my little brain. The fact that the Asogi is here is really throwing me for a loop. I can't think straight. Where are we? Okay, sorry. That's not the pen you want done better here. You should have seen it earlier, Keys, when Asogi told us to bite our lip. Make Susie girl boss. She's always a girl boss. I think Rhea was feeling the same way as you, Cotton. It's so hard to focus when he's standing right there across the courtroom looking all handsome. Okay. Okay. Rent a room. Wait, go back. I rent the room where that fellow was found for what difference it makes, and then when we pressed on that, he doesn't want to talk about it. He's saying that the inspector must have brought it with him, which is bizarre. One part of his testimony that's really bothering Ryu, now that we know. Is it this? Must be.
Hold it!
You mean you have no family? No, none at all. I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling titbits to passers-by. Hoping, just between us, that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along.
I don't think so. Trustmaker always. And if I can't trust mine, I'll trust Ryu's.
You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. What's a fella to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. There's nothing I can do but flick me lip. It looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof. Basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? Well, I sure am wondering about it, to be completely honest. I need to present proof. The only proof I'm going to be able to present... Well, he had the photo of her in his room, right? He has a framed photographic print of Mrs. Vigil. It's his room.
Mr. Vigil is missing, as he's gotten embroiled in all of this and has gotten a big swollen lip, so he might not want to go back to his wife. The hairstyle is the same, the hair color is different, the eyebrows are similar. The eyes could be the same, he has his shut, so it's hard to say. The chin is quite different. You can make his lip even bigger. Which I do not appreciate these ad breaks unless you're paying Cotton. I'm sorry they're hitting you with ads. I have them set to the absolute minimum. They give me some sense, you know? I think, like, you know, a few, some tiny coins. They are not worth it. I wish I could turn them off completely. Ooh, I'm trusting my gut. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm trusting my gut. I'm doing it. I'm trusting my gut.
Objection!
Lately I've been getting hit with like 2 ads in a row sometimes in other streams. That's so frustrating. You think about something that presents it. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room. I'll accept it if it's for Phoenix's rent. Well, his rent! Yeah, I will give all of my cents to Phoenix so he can pay his rent. Ah. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Oh, well.
Mr. Boone, drop the pretense, and tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm a peddler, I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me, please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean?
Yes, counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Could you imagine Kazuma doing the slow point that Barak Van Zieks does? I'm imagining it. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? You kill me, Keith. Oh! Get him, Ryu!
Good witness! Are you still hiding the truth from this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court.
No. Please, no. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
Bonkers! Absolutely bonkers.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Daily Vigil. Okay, I get it. I get it. I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
You think the hair color is a design choice?
Yeah.
Must be. It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead.
Come on, Jack.
But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the true red-headed thief man. Last night, you were put up by the prosecution services in preparation for testifying in this trial, because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. His face was the disguise. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, just you hold on a minute. I don't have the what I'm talking about. Really. It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No. Please.
Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once. Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Oh! They get his ass! No! Stop! Get off! Sandwich is an underappreciated character only because he allows you to take the funniest out of context screenshot in this game.
Interesting.
His whole hair color changed. His whole hair color. I don't know. It was dyed, and it was miraculously undyed in just that moment when his lip fell off. This was indeed the big-lipped guy. His lip just fell off.
Well, you're now seeing your true features, I presume.
But they let him get changed? Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before?
The friend in this game got like certain special powers. I think it was just prosthetics, right? I think this was a really cool twist. The hair color change in the clothing did throw me a little, but that's okay. This guy being able to change clothes at will. He's arrested. Well, now that we know that he's actually a lord, we should get him some fancy clothes. Oh my god, don't let him go around looking like that. Oh my god.
Witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but...
See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park.
Extraordinary.
On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi in the park, was you, disguised as the Inspector. Or rather, Casimir and his endless wind. Is that... What does Casimir mean? Is Kazu wind? Or am I getting it confused with something else? I really only have like the anime watcher Japanese vocabulary, you know? It means one truth? Cute. What is wind? Breeze. Air. Wind. Kaze! There we go. That's why I'm confused. Thank you. It was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Well, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this.
Yes, it's true.
I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from?
Boone is
The other me. The name I invented.
well. Evidently there is a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become.
As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. This is a cool theme. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. The times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all.
Prison warders?
Ugh. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street.
The OSP is so good. This case has hit us with banger after banger.
But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, so I have never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler.
She seems like a lovely lady. Why did Automod catch that? Oh! I cannot work out for the life of me. Sorry, I'm just sitting here staring at that. Like, why on earth were you in jail? That is, isn't it?
No swan, but curly hair. Sorry, I'm looking at her on my little motherboard. It looks like it. No. It can't be. This is just some random, like, upper class lady. It's just some random upper class lady who is wearing a fancy hat. Unless... Alright. Place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. 10 years ago, Brett would have been like 13, right? I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I had a wife, sir, and 2 sons. And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. Made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen. I saw you said tip. Even at 6 pence apiece. You couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Very true. You have kept your family in comfort, especially despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. Tip. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? What on earth? Some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller, he, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Keys! Oh no, Keys, I'm so sorry you had to find out this way. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Something terrible has happened. Allow me to revisit the court record for you for a second. So... Gregson is the victim. He was stern and single-minded. It's in past tense. You'll never get. Actually, you know what? No one tell them. Keys, I'd love you to take a guess at who our client is. I would love you to guess who we're defending.
From that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity.
And one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
A secret? What was it?
I was to maybe Herlock or Cheater again, can you imagine? Defending Herlock would be so fun. Actually, you'll never guess who walked in and picked up the murder weapon and was found at the body. You'll never guess. You'll never guess who. Yeah! It's absurd. That's why Asogi's prosecuting. Van Zieks can't do it. This has been bonkers. Gina runs in and she's like sobbing and she's like, Gregson's dead, and it's like, huh? And she's like, Van Zieks killed him, and it's like, huh? What? I am ready to just lie down on the floor. Okay, where are we? I was to impersonate the inspector.
What?
Impersonate him.
Huh? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
I think in one of the DLC cases we defend Sholmes.
Love to see that.
Visit Orcsies tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress.
Herlock would never be in the defense bench for an actual case though. He just gets up and walks out of the prison and cuts through all the walls. God bless.
Was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him?
I truthfully do not know.
All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now, I miss him. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a corker. Sorry, I'm reflecting. I miss him. How far are we gonna zoom here? How far are we gonna zoom here? How? Oh, okay. There.
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. Became something of a second office for him.
Accused of murder, any percent speedrun or glitches. Ryunosuke core.
So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really...
Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me. A bruise on my neck might give me away.
Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. But
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi.
my learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector. He's so mean. No, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me.
Is he? You know.
Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. What? Ah.
Order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim.
Hold it.
As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense.
Oh.
I hereby call an end to the cross-examination. Thanks, Judge.
Hold it!
Asogi? Hold it. He's so cool. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma?
What question, counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. He waited for us. I believe, like, that was a late holder, right? He was waiting for Ryu to object, and then when Ryu didn't come up with it, he stepped in. It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago. This leitmotif! The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh. Answer me, man. Kissed him on the mouth.
One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. And of course he wants to know more about it. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. We are holding hands over the murder board, Kazuma. Sign up to the Kazuma Asogi support group. That we are accepting members. Let me in. I would like to sign up.
Does the defense concur, counsel?
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. I'm just gonna... Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. I know. I do understand that, but even so... Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death?
I'm having the best time watching chat right now.
Oh my god. No, I can't handle this. I can't. Sound of crying. Deep breath. Deep breath. Deep breath. Don't cry. Deep breath. I need you to trust me. Please. I love you, Keith. Goodbye. I missed you. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. Ryu trusts him. Breaking down crying. I'm insane. Kazuma, his pride and joy. Here's the Chinese stuff coming in it. Don't stop coming in it. Don't stop coming in it. Don't stop coming in it. What was it today? And to me, Crazy Frog is just frog.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
My AA witness breakdown, yeah! I can't handle this! I can't be doing this! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I can't, like, progress the case. I'm losing my mind. Let's go back to the history. I want to look at that again. Oh, look at this! Thank you for the headbats around it. Thank you, Judge Ulcer. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. And the defense has no objection. What the hell? We can just do this! Azario invented love! They invented love. Thank you, Annie Monsetti, for the headpats also. Killing and violence! You can't be playing this song and saying those things and expect me not to lose my mind. Okay. Death grip. I am so normal right now. No, it's fine. I am feeling so normal. We are just going to go on and do the rest of the case, and I'm not going to go on any tangents or freak out and not be able to present. We're fine. Deep breath. Woo. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten. His desperation. I am just taking a bazillion screenshots. I'm sorry to say yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. For some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment was extremely hazy. I don't want him to be making that expression. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? Of course Asogi would know all about this. You would know, wouldn't you, Kazuma? Afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. Crushed? I'm taking a moment. I'm doing deep breaths. I'm having very many deep breaths right now. Crushed? But I really don't. Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Osogi Wetness Thursday. That's the one! Wetness Thursday indeed. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. She looks so cute. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Well, do it. I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. Okay, I was hoping that Ryu would give me a little more to go on here. Okay. remembers very little of that time. Resigned from his role at the prison 10 years ago, but for some peculiar reason his memory of the events. Okay. Resigned. That would be the piece. We know that he was dismissed. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of it's gotta be that.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Ah, well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition.
Well, yes, of course.
Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before?
No, I don't.
This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
What?
It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake, I'm sure. Sure, I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? Another theme? Another new song? If you were forcibly dismissed, then there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. At any cost. Oh boy. No matter how immoral. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution?
Oh my god, is that what it's called?
Swirling void of nothingness? How positive indeed. Professor. As you were the Chief Warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. Convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Ugh. Ugh. Mr. Vigil? Yes. The whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. Shh.
shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? In my head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams,
Oh, my goodness.
papers, reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
The stream keeps lagging? That's so unfortunate. A spectre revived?
Oh my gosh, Professor Theme.
Brahman, you are so poggers. Thank you for the song titles all the time.
There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
You better say strychnine. In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood.
Everyone say thank you, Ramen. Backbone. No prob, I love the OST, so I must break my brain rot. We love to see it.
That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes. Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. So you're making me dizzy. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. Sorry, Daly. This is a serious business, but I can't help you now. Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of Law, eh? Well, seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. And finished. My life is over. Whoa. Tried to jump. Jesus. Jesus. Not voice acting the scream. Sorry, I have to do it quietly because otherwise my mic won't pick it up. Ah! I feel like it's better to have the silence. Jesus! That was a lot. Oh my god. This is a tangent, but I saw a musical recently where they stepped in front of a truck and it had that same, like, everything is ramping up, the speech is getting faster, everything is getting faster, and you would see the lights would emulate, like, truck lights passing. And then when he actually did it, the lights shone fully on the audience and it looked like the lights of a truck. It was Fun Home. It's the Alison Bechdel one. It's about her dad. It was really intense. They played, like, this really loud, like, siren noise, like, the trunks the trap's horn, and like the lights shone.
Puzzling Shutterbug reading? Hi! Welcome, welcome, welcome! How are you? We are on page 2-4, if anyone would like to avoid spoilers. Let me add a little shout out. Hi, hi, hi! How was your stream? What were you streaming? I'm Cotton, by the way. I like Ace Attorney. We stream Ace Attorney. Sometimes we stream art. We're playing through the Great Ace Attorney for the first time. We're on the second game, case number 4, so please no spoilers.
Whew. And we are in a doozy of a moment. Mostly Ace Attorney. Order. Fetch a doctor at once.
Streaming some Layton's Mystery Journey? That's so cool! I've really been wanting to check out the Professor Layton games. I haven't played any of them, but I know that there's a Layton Phoenix Wright crossover that I really want to play, and then I hope I can branch off from that into the rest of the Layton games. I hope you had a lot of fun!
Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Whenever we go into a voice acting segment like that, Ryu like jump scares me. I love him! That sure was something. We may as well just save over this. Oh my god. This one has little Shawms? Is there a pattern to which ones are Shawms and which ones are Ryu? Is it whether it's trial or investigation? It is, isn't it? That's so cute. Yeah, if you save an investigation, it's Shawms. Okay, that was a lot. Let's do the next part, I guess. Oh boy. 2nd November, 3:38 PM. Shawm Suite. Am I the only person who only uses one save slot because I never use multiple? Normally I only use one save slot, or typically I'll use like one per case. But on this one I saw that there were like 20 and I was like, I'm going crazy. And then I was like, oh my god, I've used all 20 save slots. This is out of character for me. Digital hygiene is really important to me. I don't like having too many tabs open. I don't like having too many save files. I don't like having anything on my desktop. I still can't quite believe what just happened.
I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover.
Right. "10 years ago now. I've only played 3 chapters in the first game. Please put the spoilers. We are so full of them. They are all really, really good. You're welcome to stay, of course. But yeah, we are in the thick of it with, like, a lot of the big twists will be ruined for you. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Renee! Oh,
Oh, Iris.
I'll say goodbyes then, new friend. I hope you like. Thank you! I hope you have a really nice day, night, whichever it is for you. Thank you for following. It's lovely to have you. I hope I can catch one of your Layton streams at some point. Thank you so much for the raid again. You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of tea, of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Hydrate. Thank you, Godzilla. I will drink some water. And stretch.
Oh, I felt something in my shoulder top. It's fine, it's fine. I'm in perfect health.
I'm only 21.
I'm too young to have this much back pain.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? I have scoliosis and I'm very young, don't worry about it, OP. I suppose. Yeah. When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Jones.
No, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave.
Interesting. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Or the mystery of the professors.
Well, you know what Harley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. But the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean? Well, that's what we just did. The construction of a solution came only at the destruction of Mr. Vigil's mental health.
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. He just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true. That is so true, bestie.
That's what I like about Harley, after all.
I suppose that's a lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Harlock Sholmes.
You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Well, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellow, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
Bully Mr. Sholmes area. Only Susato to stick up for him.
So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody!
Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well.
Oh, really? I've never presented the armband here, I wonder what happened?
I think Iris always just has the same dialogue on it, right?
Really?
And there was another development too. Cosima. Yes, it's quite clear now. That Kazuma Summer is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. Or traumatized. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. Bloodhound, you say? Hound? Permission to present out-of-context screenshot from the last trial portion, Your Honor? Yeah, is that a link? Let me get that. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. Thank you. Let me open this up. I will put it on screen. If it loads, please. What? What's the end of this word supposed to be? What? You're Homo sapiens? Was it Homo sapiens? Right. Ah! You got jailed for Homo? Unbelievable. Beloved. Happy. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. Me crying! If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely. Enjoy your food, Nautilus.
Yes, you would expect so. But curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean what he was doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place.
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the Inspector's secret office.
And it turns out that little room was actually the Inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then, why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Now, if we take what Mr. Vigil said at face value, which I am inclined to do, truthfully, then Gregson is the one compiling all of these notes on the Reaper. That makes sense because he is someone who could get his hands on them. But I guess he very much does seem like the kind of person who would want to solve that mystery, you know? And I suppose if he wanted any time to be able to look into this without, say, Lord Strongheart knowing about it, he would need someone else to go and do his duties that he was supposed to be doing that day. So he would give his badge to Mr. Vigil so Vigil could go out and have a look while Gregson continues to investigate. I can't think of any other reason why he would need to hide his investigation like this unless he suspects that it's someone working in the justice system above him. Murder board and a murder board. And actually, I do want to add this to the murder board, to be honest. We'll do it to Iris's theme. What's wrong with that? Weaker. I want to write investigating the Reaper. Secretly. I really think I just don't, it doesn't quite make sense. It just means body? Sorry. It's just, no one else is having that issue, right? If it's something on my end, I can fix it. Hopefully. Wait, that's the say it? Okay. Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish.
We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. I never imagined I might have to be investigating the inspector's movements.
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Harley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector, who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day, wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
In other words, Sholmes was part of the problem. When is he not part of the problem?
Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent that salt and vinegar.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Ziek felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Harley yesterday? That's right. You asked Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one?
It's St. Sinners.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
But that's amazing, Bruno! You found the lady's husband already!
Well, I suppose I have. By accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No!
When the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Oh, sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Annie was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to St. Sinners, then.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris! You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
Copying Sholmes, it's so cute. Whenever she says my dear fellows, I'm like, oh. It's stuffed full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. Then I'm quite sure it will be very effective.
I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes! That's her dad! Okay, she says it's not her dad, but we know the truth.
When are we going to tell her about her dad, to be completely honest? Okay. I really want to talk to, Van Zieks, but I'm sure we'll get a chance afterwards. 2nd November. St. Sinners Hospital. Ward 3. Whenever Phoenix tells Trucy and Apollo, yeah, really good note. Doesn't look like there's anyone here. patient treatment notes. What do they say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed.
I would think so. And until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable, it's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighbouring bed.
The endlessly part is a little worrying though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"?
Let's check with the doctor later.
Ryu, that was so dark! These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. Aren't we a story up from the ground here?
Oh dear. Poor Mr. Vigil.
I can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you'd lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it can.
There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet, look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try some of the pills.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mr. Sato. I love them. Siblings. This notice caught my eye before, actually.
I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward.
Oh, Sherlock transformation! Hogging. I love you. Ah, I love you! I miss him. Where is he? Where is he?
I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward. A cheerful welcome message, perhaps.
Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. I think that every DGS stream we should have a Sholmes. I'm sorry for jump scaring. We love he and also you who dresses as he. Wah! I just cat him so much. I'm so happy with how this turned out, to be honest. I cobbled this little outfit together in like 15 minutes. I think it came out really well. Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Oh, look at that. You were spot on, Mr. Sato. It is full of cheer. 15 minutes? I traced the hat. I didn't want to draw the goggles in perspective, so I took a screenshot and traced the hat and then adjusted the perspective a little bit. That was my little cheat.
I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though.
Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. I felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor.
Oh dear, what terrible treatment.
Is that anything here? You sound like a nightmare patient. Yeah, God bless. Okay, I don't know if there's anything here. Let's go somewhere else. I would really like to talk to Mr. Strongheart. He's here! He's here! Oh my god, he's here. Oh my god. 2nd November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office.
No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama.
Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down.
On your way now, Asogi.
My lord. Cosima. No! Get back here! Get back here! He left without saying a word.
Yes? What are you doing here?
Oh, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind.
I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary.
Unwelcome inquiries. So you're mad with talking about it, huh?
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43.
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In a miraculous not even 5 minutes?
Woohoo, Cracker! Cry harder!
Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information.
If he talks about time any longer, I'll clock him over the head in a minute. Get him, Josh. Heh clock.
Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. At the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
But that's awful.
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believed Lord Van Zieks was responsible.
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
But he must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued.
There's no way. There's no way that Gregson has no. I don't even want to say it. I'm gonna say it, but I don't want to. I don't believe this. Gregson is forcing someone to help him maintain an alibi, and he's collecting all of this information on the Reaper. I mean, but that he has the knowledge. He might even have the means. No, how would he doesn't have enough power. It has to be someone like Strongheart. I don't think I couldn't take it if he was. I could not handle it. He's the Reaper, why is he looking for info on himself? I think the notes are less about, like, the reapings and more about the what am I trying to say? The cases themselves. But he has the notes on them because he's the one ensuring that they're all guilty. But I don't think he is. I don't think it was just a thought that occurred to me, and I am not sticking with it. I got halfway into my thought process and then realized I should explain myself, but I had already given up on it by that point.
Nevertheless, mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Hey Managers, Kazuma, welcome back to my Murderboard stream. Yeah.
I got Murderboard! Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
So the last one was the professors? The trial of Genshin Asogi? Reaper reveal? We can pray.
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
Do I have that on the murder board yet? I'm not sure how it's important yet, but I know that it is. Why am I using the wrong color? There we go. Was almost. Oh my god, stop. Was almost. Professors. Prosecutor. Her. Lynn. Everything is so much. Everything is so much all the time. They do say that what goes around comes around. Karma. Wait, what? I thought he was the prosecutor? Is that not the dialogue said? Strongheart would have been the prosecutor, but, where is it? Van Zieks begged him to relinquish the prosecution, so Van Zieks was the prosecutor. They do say that what goes around comes around.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Cosmos?
I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe.
Oh, I thought you put it beside Van Zieks, so I was confused. Yeah, I see the source of confusion. Van Zieks is right next to Strongheart, but it's under Strongheart's column. Van Zieks' column is underneath him. The layout of the murder board is perhaps not the most clean. It grows, and then it shrinks, and then it grows. Yeah, this guy doesn't sound like a control freak at all.
I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe.
Nothing controlling about that.
As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
So that's what all these gears are about in here.
The young man refuses to mesh with the other part of my great machine. I will be forced to take steps.
What do you mean?
You keep your filthy hands off him. Not something with which you need concern yourself. You keep your filthy reapering hands off him. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Don't you dare do anything to him.
Being in this guy's office would drive me insane. Can you imagine the constant ticking of the clockwork? Worse than that, can you imagine working for this guy? Oh my god. You'd bring in dotted paper instead of lines and he'd be like,
You have committed a personal sin against me. Die. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
oh my, that is a long time.
Worse than that. Can you imagine this guy? I don't want to. I am choosing not to perceive. And I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi.
Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Pog.
Alright, thank you! Thank you. I take back everything I just said about that. I love you. Thank you. Let me go talk to him. Oh my god, let me go talk to him in his office. Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. His best friend in the world!
Kind of cruel to Susato, to be honest.
His best friend in the world! Oh my fucking god.
Let me at him.
No shared sister, you're right. 2nd November.
Prosecutor's office.
My heart rate
Rose so much. I'm a little shaky.
So, this is the office of Prosecutor Osogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in that dark corner.
It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working.
Well, it looks like our journey here was wasted. Prosecutor appears to be out. Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first. Okay. I do want to have a look at his little diorama though. I'll leave everything else alone, but I want to look at this. Let's see, what have we here?
Mr. Naruhodo. It would be very underhand to glean information from Kazuma-sama's office while he's absent. We should wait until he's here before we start nosing around.
Oh, of course, yes. She doesn't take any nonsense when it comes to Kazuma, does she? D&D at the prosecutor's office must be fire.
Strawberry! Hi! How you doing? Welcome. How you going?
Okay, let's go to the prison then. Kazuma would be a fun DM. He's so charismatic, he's so witty, he thinks on his feet so fast.
Lord Van Zeeks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? He's teasing. Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. The fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I think Iris should be let inside his cell so she can give him a little of the treat. The edit you made of Iris and Sholmes, but it's Iris and Van Zeeks. I suppose. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years.
Karma, that's what the trial's all about.
Played the part? Van Zeeks, how did you get your scar? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day, and that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. A group.
It's a whole organization?
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
You can't mean.
That's why you were investigating Gregson? Taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
Van Zeeks, you sound like me.
How am I feeling? I simply think he's wrong. I do not. I'm in denial. I'm so in denial that I don't even think I'm in denial. No. Gregson, the Reaper. Give me your evidence. Convince me, Vanzeeks. So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. Everything that I know of Gregson, this is out of character. Why do you have no doubt, Vanzeeks?
I don't believe it. Is she saying that that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting the...
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
An ad? No. I should actually... I might, next stream, add a redeem for adverts. And that way we can schedule them. And that way we won't get any that hit during an important moment. Reaper is just the Illuminati. Duh. Twitch Mobile. Bastard.
Stretch? Yes, sir. And hydrate.
Oh yeah, this is a good point to drink some water.
Okay. Groovy! Hi! We are going through it. I just switched from my computer to my phone. I see. Hi, Ricky. Everything is so very fucking much all the time. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the Marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. This is what I was saying! Which is why Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Queen, hello! Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. Look, okay, I know that like 10 minutes ago, not even, I was like, oh, what if Gregson was the Reaper and that's why he needed an alibi and that's why he had the corkboard that had like all of the Reaper cases. I know he's Look, I'm listening, Vanzeeks, you have the same logic. I'm going to need you to present some firmer evidence. I do not believe you. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings, then? Actually, I do have a name. You what? You what?
Well, if you can name the man, then you have the true identity of the Reaper already, then.
Or if I can name the woman, Josiah Brett. It's gotta be, right? I mean, but she left. She went to Japan. How many female assassins do we know?
Oh.
Oops. Sorry. She's a young woman by the name of Aether Shin. There it is! Okay. Now this I believe. Wait. I'm sorry. I know we're in the middle of something. Let me give us some sound. Maybe not this one. Let's play Gregson's theme. Why not? Where's that? Oh, we can do Baroque Vanzeeks. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Ricky. Let me drink some water. Aether Shin. Okay, sorry, I just want to look at something. If, biggest if, he's correct, then 2 of 4 are absolutely part of the Reaper organization. Mix up with a Sogi is pretty funny. Listen, sometimes you have to be on the copium, okay? I'm still not fully convinced this is... why would... He doesn't make sense. What the... These 4 names have so much in common, but so few of them have it all in common.
MILF. MILF, I love her.
He did, yeah, the thing they have in common is that they're all dead, but they weren't all dead when this was transmitted. 2 of them were dead when this was transmitted. And, you know, maybe it is assassinations, maybe it was a list of people who should be killed. Ugh. I don't know. Let me jot this down though, while we're here, while we have this open. Let me add the little note for... Is Spotify extra quiet? Sorry, there you go. Killed Wilson. There we go. How do you know when it was transmitted? Well, I mean, I don't know exactly when it was transmitted, but we received it when Gregson and Brett were both still alive, so. Now, it absolutely could have been transmitted before Wilson's death, in which case, then yes, it very much does seem like a hit list. But it also didn't... No, it probably... If Gregson or Strongheart are the Reapers, then it did get where it was going if it was going to the... No, it can't have been going to the Reaper because she was working with it. It doesn't make sense. If the person who's killed all of these people works within the police, then it... If the intended recipient works within the police, then it did still get to them because it got to the police. But otherwise it did not reach its intended recipient. Ugh. I don't understand anything. Nothing makes sense to me. Nothing makes sense.
She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin.
Wait, what? Shin? Miss Asa Shin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Can we finally tell Iris? I'm sleepy, so I'm gonna head off. Just wanted to say hi. I hope Fanzeeks can be free soon. I hope so too. Good night, sleep well. I love you. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Please, can we tell Iris now? Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan in conviction, a mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss... No, of course not. We can't mention it here, but we can mention it when we go home, right? The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Asa Shin, I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. I don't think he's right about Gregson. I believe that it's someone working in Yard. I think that could be Strongheart. He has access to all of the same information. I think Gregson was working to uncover the Reaper so that he could expose them. Rio and Phoenix is doing a handshake on not telling very important things. Yeah.
Kazuma, isn't he? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours.
My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes. I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. They had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Ben Shinasogi, the professor.
It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Nasogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
Ah, I see.
But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life?
in spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life? How did that happen?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So Clint Van Zieks has already been killed at this point, then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden,
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
we were surrounded.
He looks so handsome now. And Van Zieks is just maybe this must be where he gets his scar then.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright? We got him!
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. They knew they were after me, but just when I thought my time had come. I let them kill you? Clint would never forgive me. It was Osagi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Josiah Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. Okay. Wow, that was a lot. So, the way Genshin said, if I let you die, Clint would never forgive me, those are not the words of someone who killed Clint, you know? And there's also, no, it could just be that Van Zieks is, clearly he idolizes Clint. So it absolutely could be that he simply does not see it because he admires him so much and he has him up on his pedestal. But he says that Clint was an out-of-character murder because he was so moral. I wonder if he doesn't match the type of victims the Professor was choosing, then probably the reason that they realized that they suspected it was a Professor killing would be the method, right? It would be the hound. I want to add that as well. I don't actually have a Clint section. Oh well. Face down on the floor. I don't have a Clint section or a... Why can I just move all of this down a bit? Nautilus, welcome back. What'd you miss? Barak Van Zieks thinks that Gregson was the killer. I was the Reaper, rather. I don't know, I don't buy it. It makes sense that he would have the board full of all of the Reaper's, like, victims, and that he would have someone out making an alibi for him. It just seems so out of character. I
I need more evidence than this to completely change my opinion of Gregson. Part of the Reaper. Yes, the other thing we found out is that Josiah Brett, Van Zieks believes to be the Reaper's killer. He loved him so much. Okay, let me add in Genshin here. I'll just write his name for now, we'll draw him later. So, his friends say that he was moral. In fact, Baroque says that he had a lot of, like, integrity. I think he's investigating the Reaper but still needs to work. In my opinion, that's why he's creating a fake alibi. I agree. I think that the reason he needs this alibi is because he can't have people knowing that he's investigating the Reaper, because the Reaper is someone above him, i.e. Strongheart. Okay. What did he say? Clint would never forgive me. Those aren't the words of someone who killed Clint. Yeah. Now. Van Zieks doesn't have a lot of memory from that night. I suspect that we will be able to do something to jog his memory. So we can just re-traumatize Van Zieks, no problem, don't worry about it. But I think that's probably where he got his scar. Now, they all had guns, and Genshin had the sword, which sort of... It implies that he got the scar from Genshin, you know, if he did get it that night, which, I mean, when else would he get it? Which really throws me for a loop. I wonder if he was somehow injured trying to help. I don't know. Need more information. We need more information. God. I just don't think Gregson is the Reaper. I trust him. I trust him. I'm actually gonna be devastated if he is. Why did Genshin kill Clint? I just don't think he did. I just very much do not think that Genshin killed Clint. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. That means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Mikadoba Dilf time! Ramen did get put in baby jail. That time you got put in baby jail for the word baby though. So... Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Okay. Yeah! When I allowed it, it says add permitted term baby. I don't know how it decides based on context, because we've said baby before. It does target ramen specifically, which I think is kind of fun. I've thought about going through and tweaking the settings so it's not as severe, but I think this is funnier. 2nd November, Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. I thought it yesterday and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here though, wouldn't you say? Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Oof. Shikin Sasaki, the amount of times they get put in jail? Perhaps. Father. Ooh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely. What a charming young lady. And you are... Now, we haven't told her yet, Mikotoba, so keep your mouth shut. We try to be tactful about this. Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you? That's me, Iris Wilson at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly, and with much interest. Making a note of that? Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
That was cute also.
You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Read your what? We do know that he had the copy of The Hound of the Baskervilles, which he shouldn't have had, right? Isn't that interesting?
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Yeah. I may as well just go out and say it now. That the big spoiler that I have for the games is this.
Susato also has a subscription for the Rants magazine. It's not weird that he would read it.
No, it's not weird. But there's clearly some kind of, you know,
They have a mutual friend.
he reads it because Wilson is his best friend, and for no other reason that we shouldn't know about.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you were admitted by Kazuma on the internet.
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Really?
You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. Does that mean he knew Sholmes from Wilson? I believe so, yes.
I know that was a big part of my Juliet poison theory, was that through Wilson, Sholmes knows Mikotoba, and Sholmes boarded from Japan. Because what on earth was he doing on the ship? He just said that he was there from Asia. And he got the poison from Mikotoba, who works in the government, and the medicine developing poison. A little bit deranged, but they didn't explain strychnine. We still don't know how Shamsby came back to life. Okay, you can Juliet poison theory sobbing emote me all you want. But the truth is he was still alive. The copium was not copium, it was real. Look, you guys are so mean to me. Everybody is so mean to me.
Strychnine is a real poison, you can research it. Well, that's what I thought about the World Fair as well. I was like, well, if I look at all the dates of the World Fair, I can work out when the exhibition is going to be. But they didn't use the real world dates. I don't know, strychnine, right?
Ashman and Saya Peachcot chat, get him.
Poison can harm you bad but not kill, depends on dosage.
Right.
I'm not... How do I... See, I don't want to pick at it too hard, because if it is, like, an actual plot hole, I'm not going to be upset about that, you know?
They've made a very good game and it's not cheapened by any possible plot holes.
But it just feels weird that they wouldn't say something like, oh, and because of the low dosage, Shamspear was able to survive. Like, they just don't touch on it at all. And, like...
I don't know.
It's the same thing, where if it's canon, I don't want to, like, complain about it and act like I think there's something more, because the canon is good as is. But on the other hand, what?
Asogi just conveniently trips over a cat and hits his head and gets amnesia, and then instead of taking him to a doctor, Sholmes is like, pretend he's dead and sends him to Hong Kong to fend for himself, and then Kazuma ends up in England as a prosecutor? What? No way! Something else was going on there, right? He didn't validate Ryunosuke's lack of self-confidence and said he was impressed by him. He's a dad! I love him. This game is big with all the interconnected pieces. It is. Let's play the game and find out. You're right, I'm sorry.
It's very kind of you to say so.
And really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo.
Forgot a favor! A favor!
I trust you haven't forgotten. I did forget.
Oh! No, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. I would like to see him again. Not for plot reasons. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. He's had a bad history of not getting to hear what this paper is twice now. Unbelievable.
Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today.
Picatober is the Reaper?
Do not.
Not out of the question. It's a little bit out of the question. He was gone for the later years of the Reaper's terror.
That was Barak, the youngest brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all of those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. It's an English social experiment. This is just what psychology was like in these times.
I see. What you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here.
Maybe the real Reaper was the friends we made along the way. Like Gregson.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact.
I beg your pardon? Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Josiah Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Mikatoba, don't say too much here.
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed?
Professor Mikatoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. I can't even make outlandish jokes because it would look like a spoiler because even the craziest things I can say are possible. It do be like that. Assassin. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Let's not talk about it here, except let's talk about it here. I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
We should have told Iris straight away, but the fact that we haven't now, we need to break it to her well. Nice save, Susie. She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes. You just try to leave me behind.
Ooh.
So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she is the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father. Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial University 4 years ago.
Okay, so he was only in Japan for 4 years. But he was murdered last year. By Josiah Brett. 3 years. Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family. I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
Huh? So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all.
What?
Still, probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
Huh? We don't even have him. I want to have Wilson in the court. What? My head literally hurts right now. I am sincerely so confused.
John H. Wilson. Okay, like, I get it, okay? John Wilson, common names. They even have the same initial? Come on. Well, here's further proof that Megatoba is an associate of Sholmes. Great detectives are wont to lie. And who in the Lord's name is the partner of Sholmes? I can't say we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not, but I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. He was... No, that's deranged. There's no way. No way. No way. Absolutely no way. So, I have a thought, right? Well, that's very specific phrasing. He was never the great detective's partner. Where's my note on that? This one. I've been trying to work out why on earth Megatoba would have a copy of The Hound of the Baskervilles. If is Megatoba John H. Wilson? I don't know why he would take his name. I don't know why he would take his friend's name. But this explains why he has a copy of the Baskervilles. That's why Susato knew about it and was recalled to Japan. I broke my... Oh no, it's just auto-saving. No. Yes! He was no partner! Sorry, let's actually, let's leave that there, just in case he is lying. Not partners? This also explains why Sholmes seemed to have a lot to do with Megatoba. Yeah! Like, okay, I'll be honest, I know that Sholmes and Megatoba have a connection. I did not think it was this. I just thought they, like, knew each other and maybe, like, interacted a couple of times and people thought that they were cute. And that's why everyone ships Homomiko. Was he? It makes sense, right? Am I being deranged? How stupid am I being right now? I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. I do think. Wait, what did he say about Wilson as well? I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. It's not Asian level, Lily. Asian was a lot. Also, did I miswrite it and have been miswriting it the whole time? Or was it Asian with one N in DGS1 and Asian with two N's in DGS2? Because it's definitely two N's now. But did I miswrite it? I really thought it was A-shin, just one N. One in the Telegram, okay, thank you. Okay. It costs money to mold. Yeah, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yes.
We're back! With cinnamon biscuits.
Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yum!
Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Also, it was in Japanese, so I thought maybe it was Susato understanding it with one M. Oh yeah, and it's the one letter that you would expect them to be able to do two of in Japanese, so since there is just the character. But yeah. What did they write? It was like T Goregosun. So yeah, it was the first letter was in English. It used the Roman alphabet, and then the last name used the Japanese alphabet. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? He looks really good in that suit.
Guilty! But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose, since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore at the Great Exhibition.
It reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself?
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial. Closed trial of Kazuma's father, so that was when Jigoku defended him. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. Love that.
Oh no!
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear.
Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
I really like Jigoku. I like Jigoku a lot. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah yes, talking of Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
So cute! I was getting sus of Jigoku since he seems to have some sort of deal with Brit, but I guess he was out touring. Yeah. This is so cute! Ryu's nervous little face. I'm sad Jigoku isn't smiling. He looks really good when he smiles.
What a lovely picture.
And suddenly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain." Huh. Commemorative photo has been entered into the court record.
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No. No, that's so true. It is a look, right? But why would we need it?
Exactly. I don't want to theorize too strongly based on it. It feels like metagaming to be like, oh my god, and it's in the court record. But that's interesting.
The Baroque pick is also there. Why would we ever need that? Why indeed? So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. A dilf?
That's a denim dilf.
Does that mean we need it to get him in court for some reason?
We'll see. We'll find out. We'll find out. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
You want me to do... What? But father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, listen, Cotton, I just gotta say your theories are so nice to listen to. I'm glad they're enjoyable. What is the word? I'm very vain. I try not to be too vain. But I don't like being wrong. I don't like looking stupid. And knowing that it's making people laugh is really helping me get over that. I have a lot to thank for Shams, who encouraged me to just embrace being dumb and saying absolutely the wrong thing. That. Love to see it. You must know what will become of Ryu if he stays too long? Yeah. Thank you, Ramen! Hehehe.
Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer.
Your theories are nice, whereas I'm slow when things happen and I think I'm like, oh, huh. I'm usually like, oh, huh. This is a new fun experience.
As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
Listen, man, get your own defense lawyer. He can't! They both left for Britain! So, you'd be leaving then, Naruto? But then, what am I supposed to do, father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father? Aww, he's a good dad.
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Runo? The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believed to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... Nor! Where does that leave me?
Hey, Serena! Welcome, welcome. How you doing?
Well, if you'll excuse me now. I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asa Shin.
Of course, Father.
Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Very good. And please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you?
Do come to Baker Street, please.
We'd love to entertain you.
I wanna confirm my suspicions by showing Sholmes the photo.
I would be delighted.
I won't be sad anymore? Good. Glad to hear it.
Best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home? Can we find Sholmes though? Who else? Oh, and Asogi! Oh my god, we need to go speak to Asogi. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Asa Shin. Of course, it's so obvious.
Why? Yeah! Yeah!
The devil's name!
The light! Sorry. How could I have neglected to consider this possibility before now? Mr. Sholmes? Sorry, chat.
Holly, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all.
No matter.
Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Well? My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. What an interesting reaction. Well, he looked viable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father thoughts could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this and send.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Susato. All we can do is pray. But for once, my deduction is awry. Oh god. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes, which isn't exactly— Now then! Get him, Ryu!
Hi, Haley.
You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people. Sorry, couldn't get through that one without laughing. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversation. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending to this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Queen! Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes! He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. I must catch up with Father at the telegraph office. At once! Wait, can you show us the note first? I'm down running to let the cab straight away. No, the note! What was on it? And that was me, thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Where the hell am I supposed to go now? I know where I want to go. I don't know if it's back yet. Are we gonna see Kazuma? I'm convinced Sholmes' deduction this time is correct since he said it's not right, but when he believed it is right, it's not. I think that he is correct. I just want to know what exactly his deduction is. Clearly it was about Eishin. Okay, cool. Kazuma must be back then, since we're getting a new... 2nd November, Prosecutor's Office. Kazuma. Thought it wouldn't be long. Sorry. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. He's so pretty, can we please hug? Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for one second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. A little smile. And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. The prosecutor theme! Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learnt a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku. And about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding.
Drink! Thank you, Godzilla, let me drink.
And stretch! Okay. It's like you guys don't want to get on with the plot. That's my little avatar. Stretch! Oh my god, okay, so we've gone from one big thing to another. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh my god, okay, cool. Present the armband? I will. I absolutely will. I want to get through the main dialogue, well, he might run off if I do that. I'll present it after this dialogue. The full name drop! So formal. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Barrier. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. We want you to be nice and healthy, to be properly taken out by the story. I am not prepared, but thank you for taking care of me. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. on a bizarre series of... Another one! 3 in the... well, 2 in this case. Titbit was real. He's so serious, he doesn't seem as joyful and nice as the Case 1 Game 1 version. Exactly. Some part of his soul has been crushed. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain, your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry you. Oh, sorry, that's for you. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Oh, the armband. We'll get that. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Oh, the imagery of his passion now being like the noose around his neck instead of his logic that spurred him forward. Oh. I love outfit analysis. It would be great for a children's hospital. Actually, have you heard of color theory? That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. The sailor outfit. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Blood corridor. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. It took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. Since he wear whole white, well, sometimes it's an inversion, you know? The white is like corruption. He should be wearing all black, you know? Like Ryunosuke. But instead he's clothed in all white, which I think represents like the flip, you know? He's changed. And do note the gloves. You'll have spots of black everywhere poking through. By sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. Micah Bell had a white hat, but as the villain, Arthur Morgan has the black hat, the hero of the story. Yeah! Inversions. You can like look at like the Hunger Games as well. What are they called? Are they called Peacekeepers? It's been so long. Now Peacekeeper is an Apex Legends weapon to me. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, You finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Okay, let's present the armband now. Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now, you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. I'm completely fine. Kazuma. So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. You for the head pats, Josh. I'm not crying, you're crying. Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. He's proud of us. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Vianosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Hachimaki! Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago, when my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. Baby! We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. Queen! Where did his father take him? Is that the cloth that he wears with his father? I've forgotten what the photo was already. I'm sorry, I missed the cloth. Do you mean the Hachimaki, or was it a different one? 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san. The Hachimaki serves to remind that he's really bad at tongue twisters. It reminds him of that day that Ryunosuke defeated him. Oh my! Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd told me. Oh. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh no! As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. So who sent you that? Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. Van Zeke seems like the obvious suspect, but I don't quite think it was him. Is there any reason someone would want to lure? I don't understand the motive. I will not pretend to understand it. But maybe he sent it drunk? Oh, okay, I can't dismiss that. What I wonder is what clicked inside Genshin's head. Serial killers have something happen. I don't think anything clicked. I just don't think that Genshin was a killer. Messed up, sending a letter like that to a child? Right, who would do something messed up like that? Surely it's gotta be the big bad, who I fully believe is Strongheart. I don't understand why he would, but Strongheart is the one who encouraged Kazuma into Van Ziek's apprenticeship. He's the one that's letting Kazuma be a prosecutor. He is behind this, right, every step of the way. So it makes sense if he's the one who set the gears into motion. The gears. The Strongheart. And was the one to lure Kazuma to England. Like, who else is cruel enough? Van Zieks was hurt. I don't see him sending a letter to invite more Nipponese, as he would say. I think it has to be someone else. And while yes, it could be another victim looking for revenge on a child, that feels odd. But I don't understand why Strongheart would want to lure him. Alright, let's just... we'll play the game. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent the letter. Someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. Checkmate, oh, okay, never mind, sorry, you're right. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku, the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face.
I'm not really convinced on calling a teen a child because there's a big difference in life stages in what they can understand and can handle,
But he certainly wasn't an adult, so still messed up. You were fully right. It's not like... Even if Van Zieks did send it, it's not like he sent it to like an 8-year-old. You know, he sent it to like a 17-year-old or whatever. But regardless, I don't know, maybe he did. Maybe he did. It's possible. He was 14. 14 is barely a teenager. It is a teenager, but it's, you know, that's a baby. 14 is not someone I can see Van Zieks targeting. And in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily, before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Osogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Barak Van Zieks is the real Reaper. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Just replace Barak Van Zieks with Strongheart in that sentence. Is that the case? How under Strongheart's thumb was Gregson? I think he was fundamentally a good person. He was the one who uncovered the crucial piece of evidence in the Professor case. Was he given that? Does he owe his... That's the thing that made him so well known and well liked within the Yard. We are not winning, no, sorry. I wonder if perhaps that also came with a debt. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I'm a little more convinced since Asogi also fully believes it, but I still don't completely buy it. And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No. He was merely saying that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. Says Prosecutor Asogi? Come on. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Yeah, okay. I will examine some of the stuff, absolutely. I just wanted to have a look and see if there's anything I wanted to present him. I think there is not, though. What the hell? Present him Gregson and Van Zeke's photo? No. Queen going crazy in chat. Oh my god. Oh my god, indeed. I want to look at stuff that's specific to Kazuma, but this is very much still Van Zeke's office. That's okay. Can you imagine the pain Van Zeeks was in during that trial? God, all of the hurt between these two, blamed on each other when it's neither of their fault. God, it's just... So, Asogi believes that his father did not hurt anyone and was wrongly convicted by Gregson and Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks believes that his best friend betrayed him and killed his brother, and now that best friend's son is prosecuting him. I think Kazuma is justified in his anger, to be fair. I just think he's going about it the wrong way. Yeah, well, I think it's kind of juicy, right? But the... God, okay. So where does that leave us vis-a-vis the truth? Was Gregson really in Strongheart's pocket this whole time? Was he given that crucial evidence to frame Asogi? If he was given that evidence to frame Asogi and then presented it, then it tracks that he would continue to be in Strongheart's pocket and that he would be behind a lot of the reapings. Kazuma is stubbornly stuck in his own interpretation of events that he's not listening to anyone. Yeah. He's gone down a very dark path, and it's important that we pull him back before he gets too far along, but I believe the only way to do that would be to unearth the truth in a way that he cannot deny, a la DL6, if you will. I think we will investigate this. I'm really hoping that Case 5 plays out very much like DL6, where we have two cases in one. I love you, Kazuma, that kicks him in the ocean. God. Okay, I'm putting these thoughts aside. I'm full of thoughts. I'm putting them aside. We will theory craft at the end. Lord Van Zeek's fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all of that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents. Gosh, she must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh? He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. Well, it's been quite easy for me, in fact.
Talk about weird.
There's Lord Van Ziek's incredibly stylish desk.
It's not my style, though.
No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Caesar style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Ziek's when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to grow tingly. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. They are friends still. Teasing! A little glimpse into old Kazuma. What the? The scale model of the crime scene. Oh. Yes, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Wow, these snipers are really, they have their work cut out for them today. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. What? You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Ziek's, wouldn't you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Oh, the bat's dove parallel. That's pretty fun. You said it, I just interpreted it. Okay. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. Buddies. Casts floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hallowed barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Van Ziek's can't seem to settle on a perfect way of arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide, that's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. Oh? He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court then. Very funny, Ryu. What would a sparrow represent? Mousy little bastard. Okay, is that everything here? Doesn't look like we can look at anything else. Maybe the painting? Yes, there we go. Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Why would I? What? But you're Lord Van Ziek's apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Barrow in Japanese denotes a gentle intellectual person? That's so cute! He seemed so offended by it. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. That sort of implies that Van Ziek's is our friend, since he shared with us. That's pretty charming. Okay, let's see. Can I show him? Sparrows can also represent simpleness. Kazuma, what do you make of this? There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence. The courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it. Oof. I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Yeah. What else can we... No, that's okay. But thank you. What else do we need here? In fact, what I might do, I might leave, and then when I think of what we need to present, I will come back. There's still a few other errands we want to run, and I have a feeling that one of them might, like, bring up something else that we need to go check on, and then I'll know what to show. Thank you, Josh. Okay, let's go see if, our guy is back. Yeah, okay, 2nd November, St. Sinners Hospital. Ward 3. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again.
Ah, I'm a lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better.
I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget...
The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago too. You just missed him.
Oh! Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. I didn't get stuck a lot in this game, but when I did 99% of the time it was because I forgot to rotate my evidence. Yeah. I think they're decently good at rotating it. It's just that then I don't see the thing that I was supposed to see when I rotated it.
He said very much the same as you. He was very apologetic.
Aw, Kazuma.
The truth is, I brought all this upon myself.
Please, don't think like that.
Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. Which does lend credence to the idea that Gregson and Vigil were both wrapped up in this. You know, they both had to follow orders to convict him and then even to free him? No, that doesn't make sense. There's no reason that Strongheart would want Genshin freed. That had to be done behind his back. But that would mean that Scythe wasn't actually in his pocket.
You look so upset and anxious, yeah. AP.
He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
But perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then.
I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true.
Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened?
I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about.
Details of the Reaper's marks, yes.
It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him.
You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf.
Oh no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think,
A detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident.
Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. As usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes.
So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud?
That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. The following day, they kept their word and released me. The collar thing? Yeah, that is pretty easy to miss, to be fair.
Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We'd arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day, so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on 17th June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. The professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape.
Yeah, I'm imagining.
I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which bodies of the executed convicts were placed. Correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again.
So, if they... He was made to take the fall for the lack of an execution, right? Why was Courtney Scythe not prosecuted? Surely she should have been let go as well.
When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No!
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
So, you mean the coffin contained...
Yes. I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery.
Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me.
Now, Jigoku was extremely convinced of Asogi's innocence. And Mikotoba and Kanan are friends. I wonder if perhaps Mikotoba and Kanan continue to believe in Asogi's... Mikotoba and Jigoku, rather. Kanan being the, where is he? The prison warden. It seems he was good friends with Professor Mikotoba during the Japanese man's time in Britain as a visiting student. So there we have two people who might, assuming they believed it after the trial, be willing to free Genshin, and one person in a position to help. It is unfortunate that then Vigil took the fall. And you know what? Actually, we know that Sholmes and Scythe knew each other somehow. I wonder if she was also part of that, because she's the one who lied, right? I just don't understand why she wasn't punished for that lie. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean, Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. That's what everyone says about Genshin, that he was so good and noble, he had integrity, he was kind, he wouldn't do this, he didn't do this. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. There was 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken. Were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. Okay. Not a confession. He killed someone. Did he perhaps kill one of Barrock's attackers? The part that that Van Zieks has blocked out the memory of. Yeah, just one, right? Ending another human's life. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. I'm ending to make a 3D model for Genshin. Good for them. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. His last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned? The personal effects he was allowed. Surely it was Karama. That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. They let him keep his sword and not his writing material. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what happened to him. Because something was suspicious about all of this. Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then, later, it just seems to vanish without a trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. So he definitely had someone within the prison working with him. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. Simply put, Ryunosuke, the pen is mightier than the sword. That's how it could be a weapon. They very much did. I forgot! They did make a model for him. It was after Asogi's execution. Execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
Poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. I didn't search through them myself. Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. It can't have disappeared completely.
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
In what way? Or how did Caden know about it?
Well, we had understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Oh yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew. But it suddenly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Further evidence that Caden was the one working with him. And he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi papers. Oh, juicy! The Asogi papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal. And the way you blocked it all from your memory. I've forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. Oh man, he deserves reparations for what happened to him? Yeah. But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Huh? Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Asogi papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason.
My understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. Oh, Vigil. I'm so sorry. You should not have told me about that. I want the best for you. If I have to, I will get you in trouble. I'm sorry. I understand. God, I hope nothing bad happens to him. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder if it's his recount of the events. I wonder. Perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind.
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. The Barclay prison.
Okay. Let's go see... A new location's been added? Or at the governor's office. Cool. Let's go see Kaden. Kaden. 2nd November. Barclay Prison, governor's office. Oh, back again, are you? Yes, hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now.
Stretch!
Hog.
And hydrate. Yes, sir. I've nearly finished my water. Thank you, Cheeky.
You found me? Vigil?
Yes, luckily.
Well, anywho.
Laddie doesn't work. Goddess. Laddie doesn't work here no more. So your case is not to do with Barclay. I had to cut down the channels I'm subbed to this month because budget reasons, but now my favorite emotes are missing. No. It do be like that. I'm working hard to stream a lot so I can get follower emotes. I need to hit the 60 days threshold. I'm sorry about your favorite emotes. At least you have your wine glass though. Luina, sip, you need it! And wouldn't I like you to get the wrong idea about that? Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yeah, because it's yours, exactly. That's what I'm saying, the poggest of emotes.
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the job.
Aye, Kimma, you can very well. But how about we handcuff this guy? Don't forget channel points gonna look emotes for 24 hours.
They really are like little handcuffs, and as hard as irons too.
I don't have to pay me to get it. My embarrassing little fact is that I initially was not sure if I would have access to my own emotes outside of my channel. So, what's brought you doing here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Which Ryu is just instantly. No secret keeping. Did I not say? Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not flitter about with the relevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. He did not wait. He went running over here. That murderer's botched execution, and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, eh? A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Sack. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But who was Vigil's assistant? Thank you, Queen!
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
A rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs.
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. You not think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you?
That's no.
Misery. No emotes and adverts. Queen, you've become a peasant. I do not mean that. Of course, I can't shun all responsibility myself. I should never have let him deceive me. Actually, okay, Sholmes.
No!
Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on at the time now. But Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
They wouldn't dream of sending you packing without Kimmer. Yeah, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it'd be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
I suppose. If there's anybody who might still can about what happened back then. It'd be that last from the forensic division. Mariah Gory. Maria Gory? Gory. Aye, Scythe's daughter. What? Our current examiner is Scythe's daughter? I was wondering when she was going to come back up. I didn't think they'd give her a whole daughter for, like, one throwaway scene. Interesting. Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't have no more. Just the one. But the wee bands followed in her mam's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah. Mariah Carey, that's the one.
Mama, what is this?
Ugh. Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gory. You could do with talking to her.
Passy but fun.
So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gory? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. Divorced. She grew up watching her mum working with the bodies of the folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I can't understand it myself, to model and write a whole daughter.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee Leslie always loved her mum's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Well then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. Morbid indeed. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gory about this, I think.
Where's the tiny science girls? I love them.
Well, thank you very much. I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you no get up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay away, no? Leave me alone and dinna come back here, eh? How'd you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers. Well, I can't tell him Mr. Vigil told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
Humph. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? Then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Others know. You're off at half-cock there.
I think you didn't quite get your facts straight.
It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee hulk around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Do you have it? Aye, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But in mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers. Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, nae doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the stramash to that slayster of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. The Asogi papers have been entered into the court record. Let me stop saying things, stop saying things. Yeah. Oh, the music stopped. The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. There is zero way something kept a secret for this long could just be given to some lawyer. That's what I'm thinking, right? And also, yeah, the way that, Vigil said that Caden was like, where is it? It should be here. Where is it? It's just disappeared. And then Caden's like, no, they didn't disappear. He's clearly lying. Now, I do... The fact that they're in Japanese makes it harder for them to be well forged, but yeah, I have trouble believing that these are the original papers at all. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London will be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land and the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Yeah, I don't think that's it. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Right? Yes? Those papers, and naught to do with Gregson's death. I prefer it if you did make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I would just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. I understand. Okay, yep, cool. I am running straight over to Kazuma. I have a sense that Ryu might stop us from presenting them to him. But, Asogi! Kazuma. Yeah, okay, this is nothing. I can't believe this is nothing. That's so irritating. I present him with the last will and testament of his father, and the game is like, no, I don't think that's anything. I understand. I'm not gonna listen, but I understand. Okay, in that case, the next thing we have to do is follow up on Mariah Gori. But we don't have a location for her. Let me have a think. Probably we need to present something to someone. Well, they work for the prosecutors, and we need to present something to Asogi still, so maybe we can just... Is her name on the... It's on the coroner's report, right? What are we missing from Mariah? We need info. I want to talk to her. If her name is on this... then we should... Because you go through the prosecutor, right? To get to the coroner? It's all linked. Unless we show it to Strongheart. Whatever, we can try both. Pog! This came up in the trial, didn't it? Or something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded in Inspector Gregson's autopsy report.
Oh, it's something different? Okay, sorry, never mind. We can take it for Strongheart then.
Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Glory. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Never mind. Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery? By Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today.
Yeah, the name is on the report. Why did you have to go to the lab to get it?
Oh. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Nocturne! Haruma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Haruma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Haruma? It does sound formidable, that's for sure. Someone... Von Kalmar.
My little brain going Keisogi? No. Keisogi? No.
Von Kalmar lore! That's fun. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. He's smiling again. But it's Prosecutor Reborn. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what happened. But the fact is, those events and this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I don't like when you say things like that, Kazuma. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey. If Kazuma's so sure that, that Van Zieks is the killer. Why does he want Ryunosuke to defend so badly? Why does he want Ryunosuke to defend so badly? Just because he's his friend and he wants to spend time with him? Ugh. Oh, she's redecorated. 2nd November, Forensics Laboratory. Complex feelings for complex people. This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected.
But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air.
Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
You made Susato cry! Iris, do you think we could change the subject? I think to challenge him so he can keep himself in check and justify his feelings. Sob, sob. What was that? Dr. Gory?
What?
That noise before.
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel. That's like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway.
For the time being? You mean, until we die? I heard that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Shh. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Okay, can we present something to her? Good to see there's still blood on the table. Okay, we might be able to present the autopsy report, but I don't know if that will get her attention, so we'll come back to that. Never mind, none of this is particularly. Dr. Glory, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Oh, cute! Cute, cute, cute!
Well, that's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump.
Oh, please, tell us what happened.
This is great! I'm going to get a good grade in autopsy, something that is both normal to want and possible to achieve. Sorry.
This is great. I'm going to get a good grade in autopsy, something that is both normal to want and possible to achieve.
She's so cute. I love her. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Mail Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice, he came here.
Lord Strongheart. Lord Strongheart wants Van Zieks imprisoned.
He said that the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote in the report.
You didn't write anything.
Ramen! No. No.
Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go the same way as your mother.
Sniper bullet misses me by an inch. Next time.
Give it here then.
What's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written...
What? What's she written? Tell us!
You are so Pulliper of Goro animation right now. Indeterminate.
But
Why? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
when the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. The time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. Thanks a lot, But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
Oh, his infinite chips. They're important. They're a plot point. What?
If the victim liked fried fish, presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
Then only the fish would have started to rot.
with today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
Today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory? Or some other special places? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No.
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
Oh yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor.
Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks as well.
What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zieks, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized.
That was Gregson.
That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Quite an accomplishment for one man. That was that key piece of evidence, I forgot.
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. But this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
The execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know.
Oh dear.
You found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it.
She's like a baby chip.
Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Caden and Scythe, surely. I want to talk to Sholmes! You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual.
It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now.
It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East,
Mikotoba. No. Ryoku? No, Mikotoba. Wait, a visiting student.
It must have been my father, Yujin Mikotoba.
He's probably dying from lack of attention, withering away. Well, last time we spoke to him, he was, very caught up in a new deduction. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
The outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
That's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? He's dancing without us. I didn't even get to read the note. I want to dance with Sholmes.
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you. Let's see. Van Zeeks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away? Strongheart was here.
No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone.
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day, saying that he'd like to see the records.
I see. No. You don't mean...
Herlock Sholmes was his name.
Speak of the goddamn devil. Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records?
Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right. Can it? He's hiding so much from us. Iris?
Bruno. I hope you don't mind, but
What is it, Iris?
I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now.
Oh, this is very sudden, Iris.
Well, we'll come with you then. Oh no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye now then. Goodbye.
Iris? Wait a minute, little girl.
Me?
I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Oh, Iris. Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then too. That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris.
I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
Criminal Iris. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun.
She's so cute.
But next time you come, I'll prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises, sorry.
Sorry,
It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Let's go home. There's a couple of people I want to talk to who might be there. Never mind, we beat them home. Okay. In that case, let me think. So much has happened during this portion. Jesus. Where haven't we been yet? We haven't been upstairs, but that's probably nothing. We're at Shelm Suite. We've spoken to Strongheart. We have got some new information on him, but I don't think I want to confront him about that. Oh, he said punches, we meant punches? You sure did. The hotel, everyone left. Caden begged us not to come back. We've spoken to Van Zeeks. We haven't been through the crime scene yet. We've spoken to Vigil, we've spoken to Osogi, we've spoken to Mariah. Let's go to the crime scene. Second November. Room on Fresno Street. The police are still busily investigating in here then.
but Gina's nowhere to be seen.
Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her.
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there?
We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly.
We sure could. I miss Jenny! This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
It appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside, look. E.G.
Gregson. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oi! What do you think you're doing?
That's my trunk, that is.
Hands off!
Gina!
Why were you hiding?
Well, I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but
What? Spit it out, Otto.
is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Gigi, you know, just draw Gina.
That's the one.
So about your dead boss.
Should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
You mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah.
God, I forgot to think about Jenny. Shit. If Gregson is the Reaper, through coercion, I really truly don't think he would do it of his own accord. The impact that would have on her. Oh my god.
Yeah. Apparently, boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well then, obviously, it was that bloomin' Reaper giving him the orders, weren't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook hidden in his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't even let me, because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. It was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway.
Oh, that's our Gina. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote.
And what had he written, Gina?
Dates, times, places, names, and a long list of them. All details about the bludgers supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said! That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the day before the Inspector was found dead.
So, what was the odd name?
It weren't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, no, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way.
Japanese or Russian? Oh dear, what a pity.
There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but...
Did you say Shin?
Eh? What, it does mean something.
Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. It's Osoki's death! Woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? investigated and that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before. That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he?
You found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Odo? Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results.
Baby!
When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can't check down.
Oh, little Toby! He's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down then?
What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, innit?
Ugh.
Anyway, the point is, if you would ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the L-Hound here.
Right. Because he looks oh so hellish, honest. Gina, about your hellhound there.
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is.
In Japanese, police talk means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime.
But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least.
It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder?
The wig?
Otherwise, what would it be? Probably the wig, right?
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Your soggy papers? Oh. Oh my god, he's so cute. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Sniff, 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 sniff. He's so cute, I can't handle it. The little sniff sound. The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Ah, look what he's gone through.
Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson.
In other words, it must have belonged to him.
Oh, alright. The fair cop, I suppose.
He nearly got away with it too.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve.
Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us?
Yeah,
that was a bit of a bloomer, weren't it? That's enough now then, Gina.
eh?
I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk.
It weren't like that. It just weren't.
What are you talking about?
I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened.
Alright then, what did happen?
Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips?
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
Ryu, face blend, name blend. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Pepper.
Yeah, hidden between them wooden boards it is. The boss's trunk.
Interesting.
You mean, when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly! He nabbed it from the scene.
Goodness.
Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said?
I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less.
But you Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead book of stuff to flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well?
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. It is evidence, Gina.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind,
Could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it.
he was only scamming customers of his omnibus because his work trade was so unfair and he wasn't making enough money to justify it, and he was going to end up like this even if he didn't. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Poverty is impossible to climb out of. This world is...
Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
Gregson's trunk entered into the court record. Toby? What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk.
Vicious dog attack!
Toby! Wait, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off! Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly! Hail a carriage!
Rip for you who got Baskerville! 2nd November, 4:57 PM. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, Ryu.
Mr. Naruhodo! Are you alright?
Miss Susato? Ah, conscience again at last. Blessed relief, my dear fellow. Look, you bastard man, I hate you. Ugh. I have some beef with you right now. But I love you and I'm so happy to see you. But I'm mad at you. But I love you and but I'm mad at you. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly.
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes.
Get him, Susato. That was cute. He's not used to her turning on him.
I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh, the bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Throbbing sweetly?
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Look at him standing there. This is actually a really good reference. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murder of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. No, let me talk to him properly. I want to interrogate him. Bite, bite, kill, kill. Mame. Did we get the, oh, we did. The fact that it's light blue when you, like, open up the evidence always tricks me. Let's have a look inside. Queen! Look, there's something inside. Oh, well, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. Is Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Yes! Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh. What is it? It was for travel on 31st October, just one before the incident. What? Really? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered.
We do have someone French on the stand. I don't know if I think he's the culprit though. Anything else interesting? Oh, yes, there is something else interesting about this box.
Look at this dark stain here. Do you think... Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that.
Well, that presumably means...
That this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed.
It's the most logical conclusion, yes. To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. We didn't know any better. I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips.
Okay, anything? Yes! Very many interesting things here.
Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind.
Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force.
I wonder how it happened.
Bored. No.
Something's lodged in it. Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting.
It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it.
Well, don't cut yourself. You've got to leave it, I think.
This actually is a bit of sword, isn't it?
I don't want to do this. I don't like this at all.
This brings precisely two suspects to mind, and I am not interested in suspecting either of them. No, I'm not feeling okay.
Bias Gregson, ACD-0522. Date of departure was within 1 week from 31st October, the port of Dunkirk, France. Police business, permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel.
Thank you for the head pats in the water, let me hydrate. Thank you, Animus and Annie. Thank you, Queen.
Shit! God damn it! God damn it! Well,
Gregson's passport number is ACD-0522, the initials of Arthur Conan Doyle, and his birthday, May 22nd. That is a fun fact, thank you.
My rule, which, okay, it did bite me in the ass during the McGill trial, but otherwise serves me well. My rule is that it never suspect the client. So Van Zieks didn't do this. Which leaves precisely one person who carries swords. I refuse. Someone else had, it could be like from a dagger. Anyone can carry a sword. This doesn't prove anything. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. Just because he was conspicuously missing and then there's a sword, it doesn't make sense. He wouldn't. He wouldn't do it just to frame him. He wouldn't. He hasn't changed that much. Porlock, beloved.
Anyway, what am I doing here? I'm so scared. I'm through it and it bounced out the window all the way to Gregson. Yeah, that tracks. Okay, I've spoken to both of them. I don't know if there's anything I want to present Susato with. Is Iris back yet? I'd like to talk to her, actually. Since I don't seem to be able to quiz Sholmes about the stolen papers. The only thing I had to talk with her was the what to do. 2nd November, Sholmes Suite.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot.
Huh?
Brodelt wie ein Feuerberg.
Nikotova?
Den Schlund es mir verbrannt. Ach, Hopfen, deine Wut.
What?
Her mit dem Knacker ich befahl. Hat wie ein Diamant.
It's gonna be a moment where I can read them.
What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream?
No.
It's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris?
Song of Rage?
Iris? What's the matter? She's cranky. No talk her, she angry. Who was that sprawling? I mean that relaxed gentleman over there.
Susato.
Shit. Shit.
I understand now.
Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices, too. Are we doing a logic and reasoning spectacular?
Who is this man? I've never seen him before in my life.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... He told her. That's why she's not talking to us, right? The strains of reasoning within me are playing now with the delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Musicland, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Man's identity. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. Okay, glad to finally fully be able to completely confirm that Sholmes just lies randomly. He's like, down to deduction? What nonsense can I make up for you to correct? So, why is the man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of the mystery.
This is one of my favorite ones, it's so stupid. I'm excited.
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavour has made the man's spirits soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavour myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. We met his son. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. He is just starting bullshit. He's having so much fun right now.
Great detectives are once lie.
Conclusion, the King of Germany. Topic 2. Girl's silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable science is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, letting yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favourite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favourite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favourite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Conclusion. To hide the coffee cup. How dastardly! I can't believe Iris would do this to him.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction. This painful puzzle.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, Boden Wien, Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir
With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not?
Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me.
Pray, Mrs. Otto, do tell.
His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived.
Ah.
You haven't said a word either, Iris. Mr. Sholmes has it all right. You might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently. one you were just describing? And according to that at least, it wasn't the king of Germany, it was the king of Bohemia. Goodness, was it?
Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
I think this is where Shoms should get to say, well, you see? Fuck. I really thought he was German. That's on me. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal.
I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in.
Yes, even Mr. Shoms is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. No swearing allowed. One truth is incontrovertible. My favourite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular? Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1, man's identity. Conclusion, King of Germany? Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. So what, it's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing?
Goodness, I should like to try some.
And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose?
As I said, he's been stock still the entire time. And if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either.
I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. Alright, it would be the gramophone? Is this, like, actively playing? Wait, this... is a gramophone.
Still rarely seen in our own country. The sound suddenly appears to be coming from the horn.
Yeah, interesting angle. I wasn't gonna say anything about it.
The machine singing? That can't be right. Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too.
Ugh. It's too much for my brain.
Well, at least we found our answer.
Look at— oh my god, don't look too hard at him. Look at this part of him. I love him.
Take that!
He's so cute. I haven't seen him do it the outfit. I haven't seen him do it in this outfit yet. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, but no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song while making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Sholmes jump scare. That shot of Sholmes was so— welcome to my vlog. Hey, what is up, guys? Today, follow and subscribe. Ah, music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, Don't polite, my lawyer. Like and subscribe for more epic pranks by your top lad Herlock. A certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. He runs a prank channel for, like, you know, his mischievous spirit. I think he would also do advice columns. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein. Horrible advice columns, yeah. The King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. Iris' face. I love it. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia. A la Nile Red!
Love that. I would watch so much of that.
It would be like far more chaotic though. Nile Red is already a little bit chaotic, it would be significantly more. It seems to me Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his German theory for some reason. Making cocaine in my daughter's room. Turning my violin into diamonds. Well, come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotts? The boy with whom you had in tears? His shorts video channel? I haven't. I have seen his TikTok though. Don't remind me. Or anyone else. The one with the gold bar was traumatic. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably, anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask. Okay, so... Literally... Oh, wait, no, go back. He looks so cute here. 24. How old is Ryu, actually? We don't have Ryu in the court record. Misery. Kazuma is slightly older than I thought he was.
Take that!
He's 23? I see. Thank you. Yes, there can be no question. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Osogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could ever try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. But that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask, and peer beneath it. Baby girl Sholmes. I don't believe it. Ah! Father! I'm afraid, Mr. Sato, you must be mistaken. No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. And it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor. Oh, she's so cute. It's my unconscious father, Eugen Mikotoba. Susie joining the dance. Logic and reasoning? Or just looking and saying? It's not! Hey, this thing fucked me up immensely when I first encountered it. Why did you think Eugen was dead? Conclusion? I had the coffee cup. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Oh, I see. Right, okay. Yeah, no, that's valid. That's extremely valid. Never mind. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. That's a £5 note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it?
Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form.
I know. I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we?
But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence.
Certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present stare.
Must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. That's what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes. Is something entirely different.
What have we got? Got the chest. Metal chest that we can investigate. We've got something up there, a Persian slipper we're allowed to look at. Oh, I see, you can investigate it down there. And then we've got her knapsack with something interesting sticking out of it. Let's start there. Now I think about it, Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she?
Yes, that's right. But it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. There are 2 little felt dolls attached to it as well.
Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. The vine of, they go in to wake someone up and they're like lying in bed, but then a second person sits up right behind them, but it's Ryo and Kazuma and Susato. Is it possible that there's always a £5 note poking out from her bag and that I just haven't noticed before too?
I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely.
But we can't look at the note itself? Okay, interesting. In that case... Everything has been swept off it for some reason.
This metal chest? It contains important documents, doesn't it?
Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Or so you've been told. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside.
Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose. And entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once.
So it is! That's hard to ignore.
Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before, in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Interesting. Huh. Is that the thing then?
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection there is something different about the chest's appearance. Kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. I think that was Sean speaking, but it said Rianovsky. Here we go! No! Hallie, don't! He's dead.
Never! Oh, Holly, I told you not to open it.
Ah. So you found your voice now, Iris. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is...
This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. I love him! And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this, for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before?
Mr. Sato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. The Naruhodo Creed. Sorry, Your Honor, I was hoping to come up with something while I was objecting. I believe Miles also did it once. We love to see it.
Oh, well, if you say so.
I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. What are you hiding behind your back? Oh, there we go.
The little Sholmes and Iris on her bag! Ew, 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 ew. That's a key she's holding, look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it?
No, you're quite right. It's appeared as if by magic.
That's strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from? Where did it materialize from? Was that in the bag? Can we just go ahead and present that? I mean, we probably can, right?
Take that!
Kelly! Love that. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. Oh, that's why she wouldn't talk. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Bruno! So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, you can well imagine what happened here. But Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air. And then sprawled on the settee.
But wait! That doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask?
Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. That an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. The teacup landed in his hand? When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. So, what? Mikotoba decided to open the chest without taking everything off the top of it first? Is he stupid?
Do you mean to say that the stylish scarf?
It's actually just a tablecloth. This is the Great Detective's Office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Ooh. Would you expect anything less? Huge!
Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Bruno!
Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. Siblings!
So then, why didn't they make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
Oh! Hello? Hello? The sound cues that take me out. Sound cues that kill me dead. An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo.
But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes, he's right. If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is? And the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Sholmes correction! Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholm's cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikatoba opened the chest. Hold it, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then.
It's a really cute... Sorry, I wanted the them. Oh well. Okay. What is she actually attempting to abscond with? The coffee cup? Is the plate anything I can investigate? Oh, the little clasp behind her head. I just like looking at all of her details. She's so cute. I love her. Ooh, 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 ooh. I really like the way her hair works. I saw someone say that it's designed to be like mathematical, like Mobius strips, which I think is so cute. Yeah, Mobius strip. So clever. What am I missing here? What's the knapsack? I can look upwards? Oh, thank you. There it is. Thank you, Ramen. Rotation.
Look, there seem to be more papers there. Is Iris trying to hide them underneath the tray? The insignia, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an official Scotland Yard document. What? But why would Iris have... We must ask her. An official Scotland Yard document.
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no!
We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. And Dr. Glory informed us the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing.
Type C is so good.
Clint Van Zeeks? Yes, I do seem to recall. But some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris?
Did she steal it because it had her father's name on it?
You mean it was you, Iris? Those papers you have there are...
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Oh, baby, don't cry. You've never done anything wrong in your whole life.
Conclusion: to hide the case file.
Deduction complete. Elementary. We made our daughter cry.
In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes.
I'm sorry, Harley.
So you mean this autopsy report really is?
Sorry I left, I just got some really good news for a super sad reason. Congratulations and condolences. I am happy for you and sorry that happened.
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important.
Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris?
Oh. I see.
Not exactly something that troubled me. something I'd been looking for. Seth! Howdy, how you doing? When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's.
The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. I'm good! I'm having a lot of fun. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up.
Will I?
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's Brutus stew. Sholmes taking Mikotoba to bed?
Still detectiving. We're getting there.
Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder. Perhaps that was deliberate. Of the image of Sholmes dragging Mikotoba up the stairs by the leg. Love to see it. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely.
We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on.
Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? In search of a family?
What? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Harley's partner?
Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest.
That's right. Harley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
That's one way of describing it.
And when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside. Hydrate! Thank you, Seth, I will. And posture check? I'm actually sitting pretty well.
I could probably be a little straighter.
Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, and Ram! Oh my gosh!
Look at you with all your points.
Hug. Thank you, Seth. Turns me into a little rat.
Ew. Where's my little...
Ta-da! Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside.
But Mikotoba said Wilson isn't Sholmes' partner. What am I supposed to believe now? Well, that's what I'm thinking, right? So if Mikotoba's telling the truth, and the Wilson that he knows isn't the Wilson that was Sholmes' partner, then there's no reason for Mikotoba to have the Hound of the Baskervilles, right? So either he's lying, or Mikotoba himself was the partner. It is new! You made it recent. Okay, yes, play video games, sorry.
I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
Well, that's only natural.
You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
Well, that's only natural, I suppose. Does that mean Mikotoba is her father?
No. Thank you for the like, Seth.
I mean, it means that the notes that she's been reading haven't been by her father, they've been by Mikotoba, which is why I'm now thrown, because the handwriting. But we'll see. Playing the video game.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. His name wasn't anywhere in any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Harley. But then one day...
Wait, no, there's no reason for the handwriting would still match if Mikotoba is the one who wrote all of the stories. if he's the one that all of the stories are based off of, because he was also an assistant on that case. That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right?
Yes.
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye.
When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed even to look at it there.
So you decided to steal it.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson.
But that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
Oh, Iris. Oh no. I see. Well, at least we no longer have to break some terrible news to her. I see.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Harley. I decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
She based her entire life around Dr. Wilson. Now I want to her up. Harley told her that Daddy was somewhere far away now. Built up a picture in her head of what Daddy must be like. Daddy was a professor of medical science. There wasn't anyone on any of the notes he'd made about his work with Harley. Funny how it works out. At least they're both medical examiners.
Oh, Iris. I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you.
I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault.
Harley?
I made a promise, you see? That until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize, I promise.
Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then, let me look after it for you until we get there.
Yes! Thank you, Susaru, you cunning, beloved woman.
I must go and water my herbs, I think.
Okay, you do that. Hang on. Let me... Clint Van Zeeks, 33, British. 31st of May between 9 PM and midnight. Coroner was John H. Wilson. Observations. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Additional notes. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. And then John signs it. But who wrote the report specifically? If John H. Wilson isn't the one who wrote all of the notes about his investigations with Sholmes, and in fact they were never signed, and the other people on this case was Mikatova and Dr. Scythe. Oh, it's funny how it all plays out, isn't it?
I'll see you all later.
Well, I have two pieces of news for you, Iris. The first one is bad. No, how do you... The first one is good, your father's not dead. The second one is bad, your father is not who we thought he was. Since he is the only one who finally said Wilson is not Shom's sidekick. Yes, exactly. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Shams is here for her, but still. You recognize the handwriting, don't you, Susato? But how? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Shams? Mr. Shams? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned as white as a sheep. With this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo, the one from 10 years ago, the writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing, it's my father's. What? Professor Mikotoba's. Indeed. It's true. And? Now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. Iris' little sister. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Shams? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind, it's just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. No fucking way! So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? He cheated on his wife here? What wife? No. What wife? Susato's mother isn't... We've had no mention of her. We just know that something miserable happened, right before Mikotoba left. That's what prompted Jigoku to drag Mikotoba all the way to England, was that something terrible happened. I'm assuming Susato's mother died. And so then Mikotoba comes to England. It's been 6 years. Susato is 16, isn't she? Yeah, okay. So it's been 6 years, he forms an engagement with someone else. But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible? My dear fellow, pray take a deep breath and think again. Right, so he left right before Susato was born 10 years ago, then spent 6 years in Japan, and then the remaining 10 years, that's the start of the Professor case. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Of course! He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. We don't have to tell Iris her father is dead, because her father's not dead. We just have to tell her that she based her entire life on a lie. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Shams, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. But what about the supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see.
And please come straight to the answer.
I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all of your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. It's Mikotoba.
So, where's your partner now?
We rarely meet. You see? He lives on the other side of the world. So Sholmes was... He actually would have boarded the barrier from Japan after visiting Mikotoba, maybe? But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Mr. Sato's father.
Homer Mikuriel!
On my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You've finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you. To my great friend and partner, Mikotoba.
Professor Mikotoba.
New theme? New theme? New theme?
Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
My dear, I'm still my old self, Yujin Mikotoba, your father. The great detective's great friend. Oh, the parallels with Gregson, the great detective's great foe.
Oh, of course.
This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I must say, though. I know! Sholmes praising Ryu! I live for this. How my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital. Some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. Rents are always devilishly high in that particular area. That's right. So I decided I needed someone to share lodging from the expense, and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. The situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. British clothing Mikotoba looks exactly like the usual depiction of Watson, but you never expect it. You're so right! You're so right! I wouldn't have picked up BGS if I hadn't been spoiled about Homumiku. But I wish that I had... I'd like to think I still would have pieced it together from the, Hand of the Baskervilles manuscript. But still... Wah! I'll link the post in Discord, by the way, the one that, the deciding factor for me. Transform Sherlock! Of course. Thank you, Annie Fanny. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, the most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. His confidant, his right-hand man, his silly little rabbit. I figured maybe the shipping gives too much away. I knew that they were connected. I did not expect that Wilson wasn't actually his partner, and that Mikotova filled that role in until Mikotova said that Wilson wasn't his partner. I just assumed that they were friends. I thought maybe, I was actually surprised when we hit case 4 because I thought case 4 would be like a flashback. Because I figured, since it didn't occur to me that Mikotova would be his actual partner, I figured they must have been involved at some point, and there was probably like a flashback case where maybe you play as one of them. I don't know. I didn't really think it through, but I was expecting to just have this big flashback. So when we were doing normal stuff for case 4, I was kind of surprised. But now it all makes sense.
Father,
Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look.
as your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now.
And that is?
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father.
Of course, I'd almost forgotten about that one. I wish we had a prequel, but there's a really good Hamamiku fic that's pre-canon that's insanely good. If that hasn't already been linked in fic, you should link it. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. The legendary partners! What the hell, that sounds so cute.
Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
If you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes,
Just put it in and make a note that there's spoilers. I will read it after.
then Iris's father must be you.
On my word, Mr. Sato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. What?
What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain.
Alice! Howdy! That's the one you linked? I wasn't sure. Hog, was them.
And I've always accepted that, but all this about Iris.
Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice-cold stare. No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is.
There it is. Now the ice goes from ice-cold to red-hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sean, say something, man. He got dressed. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. But Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotova and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
It's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our... Sorry, it hit me hard. Sorry. My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. Sorry, get your coat, Mikotova. The game is afoot. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 long years. Oh, just the game is afoot! I see people talking about this one, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. Oh my god! Oh my god! Ow! When I opened that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably passed out. Ow! And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regained consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this.
Father, please. Go with Mr. Shams now. What? I have no doubt that whatever happens, you were acting in everyone's best interest. I trust you completely.
It's a game about trust.
Masato. And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision.
A decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
You, my beloved! Oh my god. The way Shams was so excited to drag him along. What do you mean end? Huh? What do you mean end? 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 Is case 5 just... Is case 5 just more of case 4? Oh!
Banging my head on the table right now.
Final the resolve of Ryunosuke and Naruhodo? Oh man, I was like, wow, this is a really long investigation portion. We definitely won't have more time to do more trials tonight, so I guess we won't be finishing case 4. Oh my god! We made it! We made it to case 5! I'm pogging! I'm so excited! Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Let me take us to the theory board. Let me put the switch down for a second. Oh my god, that was so much. Hang on, let's get some music. I know exactly what we need to play. There we go. We're just going to loop this one. I don't think I'll stop listening to it tonight. Thank you for the headphones, Maisie! Sorry, I like the last half hour or so. I'm coping right now. No, of course. Thank you for the headphones, Ramen! Oh my god! I'm giddy too! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, I care them so much. Shams was so excited. He was like, oh my god, my friend's back. We've got to go adventuring immediately. And the way Mikotoba was like, our home. Oh! That's... Okay, I'm actually pretty bummed about this. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Let me dig it up on Twitter real quickly, because I will post the link. But there's a Homomikyu zine that's been going, and if you're really trying to complete enough of DGS that I can decide if I care about Homomikyu, so I can decide if I apply, because it looks really gorgeous. It looks so good. Let me pull up the Twitter and put this in. Yeah, pre-orders closed, not pre-orders, sorry. The applications closed yesterday. I missed it by 1 day. I'm so bummed. If I had waited if we had gotten through it 1 day earlier, I would have been able to apply. Oh well, that's the way of things. I'll just pre-order it instead. Oh my god. Anyway. Beg them, I bet they'd let you in. I'm actually thinking about it. I don't know if they'll let me in. I don't know if I would get in anyway. You know, zines are always a question, but I really want to be a part of it because it looks gorgeous. So I think I will send them a little message being like, I'm really sorry, I know I missed the deadline, but I'd really like to be a part of it. Here's my application. I just finally caught up and decided if I care about Homomikyu, and the answer is that yeah, I really do. I really care them. No harm in trying, right? The worst that happens is that I feel like mildly embarrassed. Not a big deal. Oh, how am I supposed to theory craft when my brain is full of cute? Okay, let's just start here. I want to update our board with some of the new information that we learned. Good night, Queen! Okay, so. Partners! Ooh! That's so cute. Oh, I bet. God, okay. God, so much happened. So, where do we start? Realized something in regards to A Shin. Made him send a telegram to Japan. Now, he knew at this time that Mikatoba was there, was in England. So I don't know who he was telegramming. You're right, sorry. And let me just... There we go. There we go. Okay. What else did we learn? Was did the autopsy for the professor. Also did the autopsy for the professor. Iris' father is not Wilson. Iris' father. Iris' half-sister. We learned a lot about Kazuma. Oh my god, that investigation sequence was so long. Sweaty! Thank you for the hydrate. I'm going to put... I still do not buy this, I'm sorry. I know I may be on the copium right now. I am not so much in denial that I will not admit that I am in denial. I will admit that I may be in denial. But I'm writing suspected. Because I do not think he is. Hurry, champ. Good job, Sweaty. The next trial though, oh my god, and it looks like we'll be jumping right into it. Suspected of being the Reaper. Okay. Okay. Sent to France, never mind. Oh. But we know that he was on his way. I'm a little tipsy so I can excuse it. Good for you. What the hell is this list then? Also that the Reaper is an organization, you are so right. Let me add that here. Organization. My handwriting is extra bad because I'm shaky. My theory about the telegram? Brainful of Homomiku, remind me. This child always scares me. Sweaty, this is the stripped back version. Where's the old one? Yeah. That one's a little less. This one was a lot. I had to strip it back because that was too much, I couldn't focus. But we've built this one back up. Keep having to add things. Oh, I can't think. Wilma, the name is the victim and the killer. Right. Wow. I mean, you're right, it does sound a lot more plausible. I don't want you to be right. The fact that there's a bit of sword lodged in Gregson's case, and Asogi was just, like, conveniently missing during that time on Strongheart's waters, don't forget. I would rather admit that Gregson is the Reaper than I would even begin to suspect Asogi of murder. But you are right in that if A Shin killed Wilson, then it makes sense that Asogi killed Gregson. But I don't want to think about that. Not having it. I don't buy it. A saucy little vodka or Karen. Sholmes lies. What the fuck? Wait, I can, that should be earned to start with. But I can actually update this one. I can finally add a second note for Ryu. And we are just going to do this. I think it scares me because it looks so chaotic but also so organized. I'm like elated. I still don't know what's going on. I don't want to go into case 5 not knowing what's going on. How many U's in Eugen? I know that in this version it's got 1. Also, Susato also got Sean's approval. This is true. 2? Thank you. Whenever they write a Asogi without the U, I'm like, shut up, shut up, shut up. Oh, we learned so much and it's all left my head. There was a bunch of stuff with the prison. Kaden. I need to add a spot for Kaden. I'm just gonna add, like, words here. I will go through this. I'm gonna have a good think about this between streams. Oh my god, and then there's the Asogi notes. The Asogi papers. I need to add Kaden and Vigil and Clint. What the hell? And now Aishin's come back up. What was it? Can someone remind me? Why did Aishin come up again? I've forgotten, because then we were talking to Mikotoba and someone mentioned Aishin, Asa Shin. And then Shams overheard it and he was like, oh my god, I need to telegraph Japan. We mentioned her because she's supposedly part of the Reaper. She was the one doing the killings. Right. Right. Okay. And when Shams heard that, he ran off, and now he's dragged Baroque out to do some little investigating. Very cute. I'm sure it's all related. Who did he have to telegram in Japan? And why did he... I mean, was that a lie? Was he just lying so that he could go talk to Mikotoba? We also found out about Mariah Gore's info about the time of death. You are right. So... he, oh my god, I need to make more room for him. I'll redo the board again. Frozen, which means that they had access to some kind of giant refrigerator. Gregson's notebook! Right! Hosonaga and Soseki. Oh yeah, since Jigoku's away, it really is just Hosonaga and Soseki. I don't see why Shams would contact Soseki. Does he know Hosonaga? That's sort of odd. I don't believe we have any reason to think he knows Hosonaga. What was in Gregson's notebook? Did we find out, or did we just get attacked by the dog? Oh my god, it was so much. It was an information overload. Name! Lists and names. That's right. Names including Asa Shin. One of them was a Japanese name. That's right. I'll just write it here. JP name plus Asa Shin. The JP name. The Japanese name. Would Gina have remembered it if it was Kazuma Asogi? Or Genshin Asogi even? She probably wouldn't have had any reason to, right? She hasn't met Kazuma. So it could have been that. Otherwise it would have had to be Hosonaga, Soseki, Mikotoba, where's Jigoku? Oh, Jigoku. Genshin. One of these three. She would have remembered if it was Ryo or Susato. I think it was written in kanji. She said... she didn't say she couldn't read it though. She said that she didn't remember it. She tried, and then she didn't quite. Oh. Does Gregson know kanji? I have no idea. It's weird that he would write the name in Japanese at all. I think that the name was probably written in Realmeji. Also, Shams didn't send it to JP directly, but through Mikotoba. Yes, but... I mean, was that whole thing just a, like, lie when he said he needed to send a telegram? Was it just an excuse to go talk to Mikotoba? Which then credit that Hosonaga is the receiver? True. I think it was transliterated? Yeah. I can't imagine Gregson sitting down writing out a bunch of, like, hiragana or kanji. Oh boy! Oh my god! So, unless new evidence comes to light, and it turns out slightly different, siblings. That's cute. We've just got a little sibling family here. I love when Shelm said great detectives are once alive. We never trusted a single word from his mouth again. Yeah! I mean, yeah! He's suspicious as fuck! I don't doubt his motives, but I absolutely doubt everything else. We know so little about Strongheart. Could it be that he has nothing to do with the villain? I mean, that's what I keep thinking, right? But the more I think about it, the more it fits. He's extremely passionate about justice, and wants everything to run exactly as it should. Crime doesn't fit in with that worldview, right? So he would be more than willing to create some kind of Reaper figure to keep crime lower. And so we know that the ones that are targeted, it's not that he's just targeting, like, the worst criminals, right? Oh, they happened, you know, we didn't have enough evidence to convict them and they happened to get away with it. No, it's the criminals who couldn't be convicted because they were able to forge evidence or bribe the jurors, stuff like that. And that is not part of his perfect system, right? He wants everything to work exactly as it should. He's a little control freak, and these bitches are messing it up. They're ruining Britain's great justice system. So they need to be eliminated. They need to be eliminated to show that you can't do that. And so Strongheart creates the Reaper. My biggest question is, how much does he mobilize Gregson in this? I do believe that he, the more I think about it, the more I think that he is the Reaper. Jones is involved in the Professor case? I'm certain he is. In fact, I think he actually said that he is, because at the very end, he said that they were together for 6 years, together, and they did a lot of investigating. They went through a great many cases, the last of which was the Professor case, which Ryu has started learning about. So he did investigate the Professor case, which I believe is why he has been pushing us towards it this whole time, right? I want to know, did he have any idea that Natsume would lead us to Selden's Loo? Who did Selden kill? Do we have any information on that? But maybe he felt like getting back at Strongheart because it caused Mikotoba to return to Japanese. Considering how his fight was. Okay, we don't have any information on Selden's murders. I'm wondering if those are somehow involved in Reaper. I would like to know what his MO was. Where did he get the collar from? Now, I also noticed that there was something in there about red ink. So I wonder if perhaps it's not blood on the collar, but ink. I don't know why that would be there. I can't believe it ended! Oh my god! Oh my god, this is the 5th case! The 5th case was the 4th case the 4th case was the 5th case all along! Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. It's a lot, huh? It sure is a lot. We're so close to the end. Oh my god. Is the last case longer or shorter than the last case of the first game? Why would Clint and Aristocrat smear ink on a collar? Exactly. Shorter? Okay, cool. You know what, I'll put a poll. No, I may as well just ask you guys for opinions. I thought it was pretty fun when we did that stupid long stream for the end of the previous last case. Obviously we're never gonna get it all done in one go, but how would you guys feel about, would you prefer like a handful of shorter streams to get through the last case, or like a handful of long streams, probably on a weekend, so that no one needs to go to like work or anything? I need to know what happened next. Yeah. Yeah. God, this has been bonkers. This has been so bonkers. I mean, this is like a 7-hour stream. I kept expecting the investigation portion to wrap up. I was like, because I think we started investigating at like the 2.5-hour mark. And I was like, okay, so this will be like a 4-hour stream. This will be like a 5-hour stream. This will be a 6-hour stream. Oh my god. I'd love one long stream. I'm busy this weekend, sadly. I don't mind either. Okay, easy. Looks like there's not a lot of preferences. We'll probably just fill it out, see how we're going then. I suspect that it'll be more than 10 hours, which I think is probably around my limit for streaming. So we'll probably do it in 2 parts, maybe more. We'll see how we go. DGS 2.5 is 4 parts. Thank you. This weekend is wacky for everyone. We could delay for ages and wait for the next weekend. We can talk scheduling in the Discord. We have a Discord now. That's so focused. For now, I think I will call it here. I'm going to go back over all of my VODs. I am going to go back through the current court record. I'll just load like an earlier save. And we can have a new murder board when we start. Not like new, just, you know, revived. And we will go in, we will start with a bunch of theories, probably halfway through the case. Maybe we can touch base if things aren't very clear. And then we will go on. Who is online right now that we can raid? Is anyone streaming Ace Attorney? I really want to raid someone doing DGS, but no one is ever streaming DGS. But great. Or it's always like the straight side of the fandom, who like, lovely. I have nothing against them. They are just not normally our vibe. I'm glad you guys had fun! Doesn't look like anyone is streaming DGS. Anyone streaming normally, Satani? There are like 2 others streaming it right now? Yeah, I looked and was like they're both other languages, but I've just gone back to the one that says English Filipino. Where are they up to? Well, Gregson's alive, so they're not ahead of us. Filipino, that's my language? Love that. Let's go say hi to this person. Again, thank you guys so much for hanging out. This case was bonkers. You guys warned me that there was going to be pain. I was not prepared. Alright. Gregson is alive, I say. Let's go see our man. Remember to be polite, no spoilers, etc. Alright. There we go. Raid created. Cute. Many colas. Bye guys, love you, good night.